The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Why do you let those kids get away with this? They are not supposed to be here!
If you don't lower your voice, I am going to put handcuffs on you and I'm going to take you to a Baker Act facility. You lower your voice.
Fucking try it.
Are you threatening me?
You're threatening me.
Are you threatening me?
I'm just...
Because I'm here right now to deal with a stolen vehicle. I ain't got time to hear you screaming and yelling.
I don't have time to constantly be abused.
We'll get OPD down here then, because I gotta work this stolen vehicle.
What do you mean, OPD?
Alpha 73 University.
Alpha 73?
Can we get another unit to deal with Jay Lee here? He is having a breakdown.
Say! Just say the right pronoun!
What'd you say?
7351.
This radical transgender movement is nothing more than another cog in the machine of anti-whiteism. It is, for our children and adults, the ultimate white flight. It's an escape from being identified with the most hated demographic on earth, a straight white man or woman. It is a way to regain victim status and a social morality that teaches them they're born inescapably evil for being white. It is an attack on our biospiritual norms of gender roles and behavior, norms that we need to remain healthy as a people. And it is also the most insidious and evil form of white erasure. Children and adults are given hormones that don't comport with their anatomy. Their genitals are mutilated, leaving them sterilized for life and incapable of reproducing the image of Western kind. Colloquially, white people, the only people on earth who create Western civilization as a biospiritual instinct. In a white positive social morality, this would never be tolerated. Our people would love themselves and want to honor their people and continue their people. Have you seen enough yet? Are you ready now to talk about anti-whiteism? Are you ready to learn the only morally defensible lexicon and dialogic proven to defeat anti-white arguments? Come, step outside of the anti-white narrative and learn about Go Free by Jason Kuna, the curative contagion to free our people from the anti-white narrative. Visit nowhiteguilt.org.
The Coffee Army. Today we march, one cup, one donation, one step at a time. Tomorrow we stand stronger, ready to face whatever challenges come next, knowing we have the fuel and the support to keep going. The army grows with every generous contribution. Who will you be? A private? A captain? A general? Your support powers the troops, lifts the creators on the front lines, and turns solitary work into a shared mission. Enlist today. Fuel the march. Help us build something lasting. The Coffee Army marches on, and we'd be honored to have you with us.
we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience for your love with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration, feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring to their knees. They for their disease. Just like a wind, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip cards in the weekend, harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution.
In a world that's trying to tear us apart, they throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the sake of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. We'll strengthen our hearts and pride in our soul. We'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice
There's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs. I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Welcome to the inimitable Church of the West. Thank you all for coming over. Featured stories today, Lurch in the Invasion of the West Changes Everything. Brandon Gill, a review of a recent video of his, seeking sacredness in Nonwhites, their cultures, their spirituality, etc. Go Free lesson of the day is the anti-white precept. What is the precept of a mean pathogen? And a little extra bonus there, as I mentioned last week, because we have so much of this likely to come in the very near future. So much more to get into today. Your comments and questions. And then there is this. A man asked his wife, "What would you do if I won the lottery?" She replied, "I'd take half and leave you." "Great," he said. "Here's $6. I won 12. Stay in touch." Now that's how you get rid of an objectionable spouse, if I do say so myself. Welcome to the Church of the West, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, your hierarch. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And we are going free. This is the Church of the West, and I'm so glad that you came over. Take the opportunity to share the stream, repost, retweet, re-Facebook, whatever it might be, reminds. We just made that one up, reminds. That's actually kind of a good, they should pick that up and use that, reminds. for their posts over there on Minds. It is great. It appears that all of the platforms are up and running. The sun is coming out here in the once great state of Virginia. So glorious. Everything is so beautiful and ready to take back our destiny. Let's give a big thank you, big Raucous emoji celebration to the Tree Godfather. That opening video, wonderful, on the transgenderism, a subset of anti-whiteism. And you understand this, and you can recapture the world. So many of these things. Great to see everybody. He says, Tree Godfather says, so which country are we buying? I suppose that Eric Orwell will be sharing which country he would like to buy at an upcoming meeting where he's speaking. But yours truly is not, even though it's right outside of where I live, of my domicile. But you'll be able to get all of the info here that you need about that. And I think when we on our quick news and laughs, we might stumble upon a little interest that he had recently, a little posting that he had, the return to the land. Now, it's gone from a filthy little wretched piece of property that can barely be held on to in Arkansas to acquiring an entire country. Anyhow, if you would like to financially gift yours truly while we're here today, I would deeply appreciate it. You could do so on the app that permits cash. You could do so on Subscribestar. You could do so on Premium Rumble, and you could do so on Buy Me a Coffee. You'll find the link to all of those in the description on YouTube. So if you're not there, you can head on over at least for that and rappel down into the description. Find your choice, whatever your druthers might be, and then use that for financial gifting. I deeply appreciate it. You can contact me there as well as across the other platforms here. You'll use the @ No White Guilt on YouTube. You'll switch it over to live chat. You'll be able to tag me there. On X, you'll be able to tag me there, as Germany has reposted the stream. Thank you so much, Germany. On Entropy, as well as Odyssey, I believe is up and running properly, just fine. But we can have a look, and if there's a problem, you can also become a participant in the only foundation in service to white well-being, the White Man's ADL, the White Man's NAACP, and that is the foundation for white well-being.org. G.org. If you head on over there, it's a 501c3. You can and should endorse and support. If you don't, then you've got no right to complain that there are pro-Hispanic, pro-Asian, pro-Arab, pro-Jew, etc., pro-Black. You cannot complain about those entities if you are not supporting the White Man's ADL, that has done good for white people, and nothing else has been able to do any good. And we'll happily have the conversation about that any and every day of the week. Everything else leads you to perdition. So tag me across these numerous platforms, @ No White Guilt, no spaces, nothing touching it. And we will get into our items of the day. NoWhiteGuilt.org. NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. Check it all out. There's so much there to be found. At NoWhiteGuilt.org, there's also a snail mail address at which you can write me, and then your letter, whatever it might be, will find its way into the thaumatological mailbag, and we will have a look at what you have sent us. But we're going to get right into our items today as I look for you all. And, we're told all the time, so I look for you all to tag me. Great to see Sean, Rapunzel, Ancestral Wolf, Justin McDaniel. Lambda is here. Return to the land, buying a nation after it failed. That is like starting a global pizza chain after your local pizzeria failed. I also predicted that this would happen. Yes. Jay Bishop is here. Julian is here. Wonderful. Thank you all for stopping by for Church of the West. Sean, good to see you. Hails to our hierarch and to all our heroes and heroines of white well-being. Amen to that. Ancestral Promethean hails, a big Promethean hails to you. Positive Infinite is here. Good to see you. Well, we're told all the time, Azimuth Clark is in the house. Tree Godfather and Azimuth Clark and the Nameless One. TB is here. Eagle Heart, good to see you and Janitor. Thank you all for stopping by. James Ayayay is here. Great to see you both. And who else do we have has stopped by for the Church of the West, the great biospirit of the West. Wonderful to see you, OT leader. Lark is with us. Hello and welcome. Thank you for showing up. We're always told that there isn't any anti-white prejudice, discrimination, exploitation, persecution. It just doesn't exist, except, of course, it exists everywhere. Everywhere we look, there isn't an ounce or thread or modicum or scintilla or nothing of the West that isn't anti-white today. And that's why it is so desperately needed. That's why the work that we are doing here is so desperately needed. That's why my trenchant approach to all of these things is so desperately needed. And every now and again, if you care to look under the rot that is the West, you see things like this. And Tree Godfather sent this to me. This is Houston, and they're talking about a law there that doesn't exist, except it does exist. Yeah, except white people are not being persecuted or discriminated against, except they are, and it should be that way. So there's a judge trying to knock down one of these laws that have destroyed the white management class. So in other words, the small business owners have been, white small business owners have been completely obliterated thanks to anti-whiteism.
A first-of-its-kind ruling has taken aim at Houston's programs intended to support minority and women-owned businesses. Judge David Hittner, a federal judge appointed...
So everything but white male. Did you get that? So a law aimed at supporting, now this is how they're always going to talk, and this is one of the reasons why it's so difficult for people to extirpate their minds from the anti-white narrative and then join us in the white positive narrative. It's so difficult because you've gone your whole life hearing them talk about how it's for the benefit of minorities, it's for the benefit of women, when the way we should look at this is that it's to the detriment, it's to the ill-being of the white race. It's to the ill-being and detriment and the harm and victimization of the white family. And as a consequence of these things being in place, as a consequence of us not centering ourselves and talking about how it's an injury to us and how we need to address it as an injury to our people and therefore an injury to us as individual members who cannot escape our births. As a consequence of that, these kind of anti-white psychological warfare, terroristic tactics have proliferated across Western civilization and have grown like weeds for generation upon generation, to the point where the white management class, the white small business owner class, has been obliterated, absolutely obliterated by anti-whiteism. And yet we've had all of these kind of return to the lands. We've had all of these kind of just say it's the Jews. We have all of these things in place, or just say it's an abstraction. Just approach the entire process and combat and contest as an abstraction. And yet this is where we are today. Somehow those things failed, but they're going to work somehow in the future. Here you have this judge right here, and he's trying to knock one of these things down. How many generations, how many white families, how many white men, how many businesses that could have been there to support a white man and the family that he would create? You know, I was looking at a graph the other day of, it was a meta graph of questions that has been asked to young men and young women, most important subjects, socio-political subject for them. And I would like to find it. I don't think we'll be able to this gathering. Maybe I have to come back on Wednesday with it if I can find it then. But most important items. And for the males that are asked, it is overwhelmingly things that are the basis of having a family. Things like being able to get a job, affordability, and get an education, and law and order and civility, and all of and national security, all of these things that need to be in place, a male's thinking, for how do you create, establish, protect, secure, and rear a healthy family. For females, the number one, none of that other shit came anywhere close. None of that other shit came anywhere. All the stuff that the males were concerned with, which are the basis of family, none of that even approached the female awareness relative to their desire to kill babies. That is far and away the most important thing in this meta-analysis of all of these surveys of males and females about what they need for the future. What do they think is the most important? And females far and away got to be able to kill the babies. That's what matters. I mean, there's something fucking wrong with so many females. Give me a break. The guys are all like national security, civility, law and order, a job opportunity, affordability for home, affordability for automobile, all of these kinds of things. And females are like, gotta be able to kill the babies. That number one issue, kill the babies. So what happens when you have anti-whiteism in place when it comes to business creation and the sustaining and growing businesses, when you have policies in place that discriminate against white males, when you have these policies in place that provide Indian males, as we were looking at the other piece of information the other day, that provide them from Grok breaking it down, that provide Indians, Asian Indians, all of these forgivable loans and grants for businesses and everything relative to a white man, and this specifically in the genre of gas station ownership. And then I talked about how the gas station ownership and the policies and cleanliness and et cetera have changed across Northern Virginia as all of the gas stations were bought out. They can't compete. All of these gas stations were owned by these rednecks, these good guys. Air was free, water was free, on and on. And then they get these offers to buy them out that are 10 years worth of profit, 20 years worth of profit. And these Indians, they're not coming to the country with that kind of money. They're getting this from you and me because of anti-whiteism in the government. They're getting it from us. And then they come. So what happens when the businesses are now owned by the females whose most important socio-political subject concern is killing the babies? Not national security, not civility, not law and order, not affordability for a home, not affordability for automobiles, not affordability for food and other necessaries, not medical care, beyond killing the babies. What do we end up with? You end up with a managerial and ownership class that is concerned with solipsistic bullshit, including killing the babies. You end up with non-white ownership, non-white management that bring their norms, standards, customs, mores, sensibilities to all of our businesses, transforming the way that we are employed and interact with our employers and the way that these businesses interact with customers. That's what you end up getting. But remember, according to the anti-white narrative, there is no discrimination against white males, except it's everywhere, and it should be that way.
Appointed by former President Ronald Reagan in 1986, ruled the aspect of the program involving minority-owned businesses is unconstitutional.
The decision held that...
So what about, he held that only the non-white discrimination against white males in favor of non-whites is illegal, but discrimination against white males in favor of females is not illegal? Is that what they're saying?
Houston, the city of Houston and Midtown Management District's race-based public contracting programs violate the 14th Amendment, it's the Equal Protection Clause.
Attorney Aaron Wilcox.
Now, mind you, don't get excited. Don't head to the nude beach and think everything is better. These kind of conclusions, judges have arrived at again and again and again over the course of your life, and nothing has changed. nothing changes because all that has to change is the names. The outcomes, the anti-white outcomes remain the same. How they name these things are what change. Until you are referring to it as anti-white, anti-whiteism, it can't change because all it's got to do is change its clothes.
Represented Jerry and Teresa Thompson, a white couple that owns 2 landscaping companies. They argued the city.
So how many times have you been confronted with white garbage human beings that come to you and say, well, all of the landscaping companies are Latino, so they want the work, they want money. They're hard workers, except Mexico and Guatemala and on looks like shit, right? Their lawns aren't mowed. It's not like you've got a country where these people have come from, where the all of the shrubbery and the lawn is as beautiful as it could possibly be. The people are just, they are on the qui vive for everything lawn maintenance, and they have shown up on your shores, and you're like, these people specialize in cutting grass. We're going to hire them for. No, they don't do that shit in their countries. Their lawns look like shit. They've got a 1970 Buick with no wheels on it sitting in the front yard, a rusted hulk of it. You can go to places here in Northern Virginia outside of D.C. You can go to places here that were neighborhoods that are now barrios because they were filled with Latinos, and there are cars without tires sitting in the streets, sitting in the lawns, sitting on the sidewalk, because that's normal for them. And the more of them there are, and the more numerical courage they have, the more your neighborhood will look like that. That's the reality of it. So you've been told by white garbage, probably plenty of them conservative garbage at that, well, these people, they want to work, and it's all about the money. All that matters is the money. And if I can pay them less than the white company, not only are you paying them less, not only they're working for less because they're being subsidized by way of anti-whiteism with our tax dollars. So here you got a white owned company here that can't compete in this lawsuit. They filed the lawsuit. They can't compete because if the other businesses that are non-white and or only female owned are receiving subsidies that are forgiven loans or grants from our back pocket, then these businesses can't survive. Folks, I want you to really appreciate the socialistic nature of this, because conservatives who worship capitalism, they absolutely worship it. That's all that matters. White babies don't matter. Shit. They'll grind them under steamrollers. If it means that things can be more profitable, conservatives don't care about white people. That's what we have to pull away. We have to cull the good ones, just like we've culled the good ones out of the resentment sphere. We got to cull them away from that garbage. They don't care, actually, when it comes down to it, about any white people, about white babies, about our norms, about our safety, about our security. All they care about is capitalism. And they claim to utterly reject, impassionately reject socialism, except they love them some non-white socialistic supported businesses that they can pay less for, don't they? Oh yeah. They don't want an environment where the landscaping companies are competing for your business. They're white owned. They're competing for your business, and it's going to cost more because they are going to give you a better quality. They've got to pay their white workers more money than slave wages. They got to pay them what they're worth for their value. Conservatives, white people, they don't want to do that. No, they'll talk about how we fight socialism, and then they hire socialism. They can finance socialism. Who's going to pick price of our strawberries will go up. The price of our banana. Who's going to pick this shit if it's not subsidized by the taxpayer, by the government stealing from us? So conservatives love to go around and say, look here at the hypocrisy. Well, we're going to show you some of your own hypocrisy.
City and Midtown Management District's programs requiring a percentage of contracts go to businesses because of race hurt their business.
These programs that they challenged were making it difficult for them to compete on an equal footing.
Ultimately, the judge ruled it.
Really? Oh, it makes it difficult for them to when a business is subsidized. Socialism by the federal government makes it difficult. No shit. You have no idea how many lives of white people have been ruined who started businesses, and who knows how much better our lives could have been had some of those businesses flourished. Who knows what kind of ideas and inventiveness that would have come about from those white-owned, operated businesses. Who knows what our towns would look like with those white-owned and operated businesses. You don't know, and we can't know. The opportunity cost is to the moon and beyond, because they've been busy subsidizing socialistically all these non-white businesses.
In the couple's favor. City Attorney Arturo Michael says the city will abide by the court's decision regarding existing contracts and recently awarded contracts pending any further court order.
From what I understand right now, I'm not happy with the ruling.
The MWBE program, which once started as the MBE program, was put in place for a reason, to ensure that minority and small businesses had an opportunity.
Okay, you mean so to discriminate against white-owned business operators and white people starting businesses. That's what you mean, to discriminate and persecute and use the white man's dollars to persecute the white man. That's what it is, you anti-white black piece of shit. That's what it is, isn't it? That's what this guy should be called out as.
To participate in contracts from the city.
Council members I spoke with say,
fuck you, I would whoop this guy's ass. Let's keep it going. Let's have a laugh at the Jew hater. You remember this guy who said he's not going to work for any Jews? He went to it. He knew exactly who he was applying for. This was all a stunt to get his fans on his Discord group to applaud him. Whoa, so based, so real, true, based. He said he wasn't going to work for Jews. Based. That's telling him. That'll show him. Well, his parents kicked them out of their house. Yeah. Decades of watching this shit happen. You all are such brain dead, low IQ, sub-white garbage. Sub-white goblins. They celebrated. This guy was celebrated for a couple of weeks. You remember? And now he's kicked out of the parents' house. He ain't going to work anywhere. This loser right here. I mean, come on. Could you imagine celebrating this little girl right here? The white racist, but everybody in the resentment sphere should absolutely themselves. You should yourselves, because you're all garbage. Everybody in the resentment sphere is garbage, sub-white garbage. This is now from where I come from, I don't want this guy to ruin his life. I want this guy to go on and have a family and be an advocate for white well-being and be in power and make money and make memories and throughout the course and raise children to be resistant to anti-whiteism. But no, the resentment sphere just wants him to do something snarky and insulting to Jews. He did it, and now he's never going to work. He's never going to have a job that comes anywhere approaches anything what he's worthy of. Parents threw him out of the house. They want nothing to do. This is the ramification. I told you before, and I tell you again, and people in this community, they tell you before, this is exactly what's going to happen. That's exactly what happens. And then all of the sub-white goblin scum in the resentment sphere, they say, well, it shouldn't be that way. Just, you know what I mean? Just, we got, it's a good thing this hand is off the screen, because you know what you got to do. Now, look at this little girl here. He thought he was going to be real. He was real cute for about 2 weeks, about a week and a half to 2 weeks. They were all like, based, real. Told the Jew he wasn't going to work for. And then this idiot goes on to demonstrate how dumb he is. And he's like, let's say that midgets have always treated. let's say trying to walk away from it, trying to backtrack a little bit. Let's say that midgets have always treated you badly, and then you say you don't want to do business with midgets. What a loser. A loser. You know what to do. Hug a chainsaw. Hug a chainsaw, and everybody who celebrated this clown, you too, go hug a chainsaw. If you're listening to my voice, that's what you need to do right now, because you are garbage. You are sub-white, goblin, meth head garbage. Now, before we get into our quick news and laughs, we have to talk at least for, you know what, I want to point out, we had a comment in connection, not the same thing at all, but sort of the same thing. And I'm not going to say the guy's name. It was on a thread under one of my videos. He wrote this, and this is good for a beginner. I mean, if you first look out at the world and you're like, wow, the world is really anti-white, but you don't think anti-white. You're just like, the world is really against white people, and the world is, and so then you start looking around, and then all of these meth goblins, these anti-non-white meth goblins, they show up and they're like, you gotta say this to Jews. You gotta say it's the Jews. And then it's the Ners. It's nothing but the Ners. It's the Ners and the Jews. And the Ners and Jews. That's what it is. And that's what you get. That's what you get. So this poor soul shows up and he's like, NAACP and the ADL were both founded by Jews who were working and actively trying to eradicate white people. We are the only threat to them. So I decided to write back. I said, let me rewrite your comment so that it's from the white perspective. How about that? How about instead, this person would probably say, oh, I am white, and so therefore it's from a white perspective. No, it's from an individualistic, a selfish, individualistic perspective. You don't have a people. So this is from the white perspective. Quote, the NAACP and ADL harm whites. Anti-whites, including anti-white Jews, actively work to victimize us. Close quote. Do you see the difference? I wrote 2 paragraphs, and you can find it with the title. It's Holodomor's in the title, I believe, just last month and a half ago. And you can see the difference in the perspective. The deductions that are drawn, the rational, logical deductions that are drawn by the antecedent argument, and then as a consequence of the deductions, the logical action items. And in the anti-non-white case, there is nothing productive. There's only destructive for the white race. In the white-centered, white-positive case, it is all constructive for the white race and our well-being. Go check it out if you have any, and don't come back and say, oh, it should be the dumb way. It should be. Because, if you can't get to a chainsaw, you say, Jason, I don't have a chainsaw to hug, because you're just a little bitch and you don't even know how to use a chainsaw, so you don't own one. Okay, I understand. You do have a roof, though, don't you? And you probably have access to some 40-ounce Mo liquor. You can just get up there and waddle around all day, chugging that 40-ounce, and test your balance, just like a tightrope walker. See how good you are at that. You could try that. So let's take a look at this young woman right here. Now, we see white people all the time, and we talk about it, and we're going to be getting into the quick news and laughs right after this, although I've been making myself laugh already. White people who are white flighting. They white flight from their identity as white people because of anti-whiteism into all of these other non-white spiritualities. Now, there are a number. If you were to come to some of our spaces on X where we dive deeper into some of the subject matter, you'll see how complex it can actually be. You'll get another look at how much more intelligent I am than you. So you could try that out and stop trying to figure this out on your own. If I show up, I don't know how to fly an airplane, but if I show up on an airplane, I completely hand it over to the pilots. I do. I must say, even with my IQ, I completely hand it over to the pilots. At some point, there's a IQ point where people are just they're such dullards They're such dung rolling maggots that they think that they can figure everything out in the world. And it really takes a special kind of dumb for that. It's amazing. I mean, even you would think. So I get on there, I turn it over to the brain surgeon. I just turn it over to them. I don't bother to try to give advice. I don't bother to try to tell them how to do it. I don't bother. And you know what, though? If I were on an airplane and they said, oh, my God, we have one pilot because the other pilot died while in flight, and our pilot that we had left over, he's really only half conscious. And we need somebody to come up here and help him fly the airplane. You know what I would do? I would shut the fuck up, and I would sit down in that seat, and I would listen to every single thing he said. I wouldn't interrupt. I wouldn't say it should be this way, not that way, not the way you're saying. I would say, I'm going to do exactly what you say. This is how smart people operate. So we have this woman here. We have the white race. And one of the reasons why they head into non-white spirituality is because they're trying to escape their identity as white people. Another reason why, and that's just a rubric. We could unpack that for 30 minutes. We're not going to. Longer. We're not going to. You also have the rubric of the meme pathogenic notion that, and then it comes in countless iterations, that non-white people have a connection with the universe. They have a connection with the spirit world. They have a connection with the divine that white people don't have. Either white people don't have it at all, or it's stunted and muted, and we need non-white people to help us access, to understand, to achieve enlightenment. We could go down that rubric as well. There are other rubrics to talk about how this ends up happening. I know you're thinking now, if you're one of the Muppets out there from the resentment sphere, you're like, deuce? Deuce? No, not deuce. There's a lot more to this. It's far more complex. Nevertheless, we know this is happening to our people. We see it all the time, and we talk about it here. We break it down. The way that this can be arrested is by a white positive morality. And that's what we have here with the Go Free practice. Here's a woman who spent decades of her life, a white woman, one of our sisters from the United Kingdom, who spent decades of her life pursuing non-white led spirituality, because whites don't have spirituality. We have nothing to access. So she needs to learn from others. We see white people head to India. Now they don't even need to head to India. Head to Asia. They don't even need to head to Asia anymore. All these people are in our countries now. They can go and show up at the cult leader's home down the street, and they head to Central and South America. This particular lass here, she moved to South America so that she could pursue spiritual enlightenment. And after a very little bit that she says at the very beginning here about success and achieving success in this world, she has something to say about non-white spiritual gurus.
Get far in this world, to be financially successful and things, most of the time you have to be quite snaky. It seems some of the snakiest, sneakiest people are more successful and they get quite far in life, and good people die before them. And it's hard for good people to become successful and abundant without sounding too cheesy. And it can feel frustrating and demoralizing at points. And I want to try and connect this to I spent nearly a decade in Peru around plant medicine, shamanism, Westerners going there seeking meaning. And it got to a point where it's like, what am I doing here? And I came home eventually and just sat in a cathedral, Wells Cathedral, and it hit me really strongly. It was like, what what have I been doing? Why did I search everywhere in the world for sacredness? Why did I put everyone else's spiritual traditions on pedestals and I couldn't see it in my own heritage, in my own people's heritage? It's like everyone else is more sacred and more soulful. And
we know how that happens.
Towards the end of my time out there, I noticed that a lot of people that kind of put themselves into that work, it's just a lot of narcissism. It's a lot of people that can't kind of cope with the mundality of life, which is beautiful, just normal, everyday things about life. And a lot of the people that have to declare themselves shamans, they can't really cope with life, and they never really want to have to deal with any type of, I don't know, it's like they need people to put them on pedestals. They need people to it's very easy giving people like psychedelic medicine and then holding a space for them, and then people kind of be like, wow, you're so special. Wow, you're so.
It sounds a lot like taboo grifters too, doesn't it? Like the modern taboo grifter online. Wow, you're so special.
So magical, and that admiration that like people, they feed from that. Most people that work in the medicine world, this holistic kind of new age shamanic world, is just riddled in people's fucking ego. And I see it on Instagram that some of these, like, I know a lot of these people. Like, I was in Peru a long time. I was did visionary art for a long time, like I did murals. Some of these people which get worshipped by Westerners, they're fucking sleazy bastards that just want to sleep with a bunch of women. But because they grow their hair long, and they put a feather in their hair, Westerners like, wow, look, they're so indigenous and sacred. And it's like they just want your fucking money. I'm not on about the real, genuine indigenous elders out there. But they're not fannying about with like delusional Westerners. They're like with their own people, probably staying the fuck away.
So once again, I and probably you, if you're in this community, you've talked about how everything that she just said, everything that she's saying, my experience of decades living abroad and pursuing sacredness, because I couldn't find it. I was told I couldn't find it in my people. And she doesn't know how that, we know exactly how that happened. But these people, they're after just sex with these white women, sex with these followers. They want to be adored by these white women that are coming abroad to worship and adore them. And they want to get their money. My God, we've talked about this. We've predicted this. We've explained this. And here you have a practitioner of decades come back home finally after the realization of, after decades of living through it, has settled in that they just want to get between her legs and in between the folds of her pocketbook. Couple of folds they want to get in between. And it's some of them organic and some of them are in the pocketbook. But do you have all these, as she said, delusionist Westerners? Those are delusional Westerners. Those are white people she's talking about. Let's get to our quick news and laughs, shall we?
I recall when Anthony stated that to question him was to question science itself. We all needed to trust the science. Well, this doesn't seem so trustworthy anymore, does it?
If there are oversight hearings, I absolutely will cooperate fully and testify before the Congress if asked.
What day of the week is it today?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color tie are you wearing?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color is the carpet in front of you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth.
Plead the fifth. Plead the fifth. Go ahead, ask me a question. A secret document that I think you need to say.
You know, I recall when Anthony stated that.
Joe says the Holodomor comparison was beautiful. It was extremely apparent which paragraph was correct when you said, which one of these would you read to a 5th grade class? Close quote. Thank you so much, Joe. Good to see you. Brett Danger. Dean Danger's in the house. Chatterstan is here. Lockie is here. The Thunder Down Under. Janice is with us. Cindy Byrne and Cool Papa J Magic. So many of the champions are here. Let's keep it rolling. The Duck. I'll just assume neither of you have any bread. I don't know why, but this made me laugh my ass off the first time. The Duck waddles over the hill. He's like, oh. So no bread. No bread over here? Let's continue. When you spent money like there was no tomorrow, and it hits you that there's a tomorrow. So many of the OF girls. Oh, let's celebrate this. White baby laughter. Big thank you to Godfather for sending this one over. There's nothing like white baby laughter. I love this kid is like rallying the crowd on the train. The kid's like, yeah, let's go. Let's go. Everybody's participating. Oh my God, this tore me up something. Deep Web is here. Good to see you, brother. Says, personally, I find it funny. They are so desperate to breed themselves out. The white females, is that what you're talking about? Thunder Down Under. Dan is with us. Hello and good to see you. Bro, Metheus is here. Hello. Lunda says, you reckon Fauci went to sleep that night saying, on the advice of counsel. In between the snores. He probably did. This is too funny. This is the guy who pranks people by walking up to them with his phone, and he makes the bing sound, and then he acts like he just took money from you. But he says it's only a little, it was for gas or whatever. He's got another guy working with him that the Mark, this poor fellow here, doesn't know that they're working together. But I swear to God, this is some funny shit.
You have like the time on your phone, or? There we go. I needed some money for gas.
You just took money out of my account for gas? No, you're not doing that to me.
What do you mean?
I didn't give you permission to take anything off of my phone. You needed. He stole money from me.
Do you want to have a threesome?
What?
Do you have like the time on your phone, or?
This guy's never leaving home again. Oh my God. He's in the middle of thinking that he just got robbed. And then a stranger walks up and asks if they would have a threesome.
There we go. I needed some money for gas.
You just took money out of my account for gas? No, you're not doing that to me.
What do you mean?
I didn't give you permission to take anything off of my phone. You needed. He stole money from me.
Do you want to have a threesome?
What?
Do you have...
I love his face. What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, this poor soul. Oh God. What'd they say over here? He said, poor guy in a nightmare. Poor guy's in a nightmare. Other people are clocking him saying, what? Okay, we got to roll. That's too funny. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon and WG. And whoever made this epic meme right here. Big salutes. Keep it rolling. Oh, this is a different prankster. And the guy he comes up and pranks here, is not able to hear all that well. So I think he's a little maybe mentally slow, maybe from the chemicals he's been using in construction. I've met a lot of those guys in construction.
Gee whiz, I'd blow you like a bagpipe.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's going on, man?
Oh, not much.
No, okay. That's good. I'll be honest with you, I'm not for sure who you are.
Who?
Okay, I thought did you say, do you know me, or?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not right now, not yet anyways.
Okay, all right, sweet. Yeah, down here looking for screws, so.
Yeah.
So, did you find anything you're looking for?
I'm looking to get screwed.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're looking what?
He said, what? Oh, man, that poor soul. He's probably only 27. Oh, that construction material that he's been handling improperly. He said, yeah, what? All right, my God. Oh, this is pretty good. How to pass a woman on a trail. This guy's going to educate us because there's a certain way you got to pass them on a trail.
Hey, stop. That is not how you pass a woman on a trail. I'm moving into her personal space. I'm initiating conversation without her consent, and I don't look very friendly. Here's a better way. I'm avoiding eye contact and crouching low while keeping most of my body hidden so that I look less physically intimidating. I'm laughing so the woman knows that I'm friendly, and I've raised my voice outside of the masculine range, which is more comforting. This is how you pass women on a trail.
I'm definitely going to pass a woman on a trail by doing this. Oh, my God. What were some of the comments over here? This guy says, if you're completely naked, then she'll be able to see that you don't have a weapon. Oh, my God. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, yep. That's how you pass a woman on a trail. All right. Now, this is really funny as well. This guy calls businesses where the guy in charge or woman in charge has a secretary that will take a message and then they leave a crude kind of message.
Oh, how can I help?
Yes, good afternoon. Is it possible to speak to a Stephen Taylor, please?
I could check if he's available. Can I ask who's calling?
Yes, my name is Harry from CF2 Productions. Thank you.
CF2 Productions, not a problem. Can I just ask what it's about?
I say my name's Harry. It's about his application. We handle applications for Channel 4, and he recently applied to be on Channel 4's Embarrassing Bodies.
So you got it, right? So he's saying, hey, I'm from Channel 4. He applied to be on a show called Embarrassing Bodies, but I've got some bad news.
It's just to let him know that his application to appear on the show was unfortunately, it's been unsuccessful just because a 3-inch penis, whilst very, very small, is not actually classed as a micro penis, which is what the episode is about. So although unfortunate and, as he described in his application, extremely unsatisfying for any of his previous sexual partners, he won't be able to go on the show. So
I think this is something he needs to hear firsthand.
Okay.
So I'm going to put you on.
The secretary, I think this is something he needs to hear firsthand. Not from me. I'm not going to deliver that message. All right. Oh, my God. It's the one and only Norm Macdonald.
My doctor says, you are fat. I said, how fat am I? He said, you're so fat that if you don't stop, within a month you could have a heart attack or stroke.
That's not funny.
Well, he's not a comedian.
Oh. I was expecting a joke.
You're expecting a joke?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like you're
my cardiologist? My doctor said,
oh, he was a classic. God bless him. Now, this is something Proof. Remember, I told you all now several years ago that there would be, and then we saw girls showing up, OF girls showing up, heiling Hitler, saying it's the Jews, saying Enter, and all of that kind of stuff, because it's a grift. There's a market for it. There are losers out there that are there for the resentment. They're not there for the well-being of the white race. And so I then told you all, eventually there'll be AI girls and etc. that'll be doing the same thing. And here's one right here. There are tons of them. They're being recommended to me constantly, not just on Facebook and Instagram, but also by Google on YouTube. By the way, Google itself, not YouTube, product of Google. Google itself recommended to me the Edward Scissor Grift, Jake Monroe. Google recommended him to me. Talk about a farce. But look at this. This is all AI. This girl is not real. But it's important to point out, not only is the whole resentment thing a grift and doesn't benefit the white race, and therefore that's what these grifters are doing. This is probably owned and operated by Indians in Bangladesh for the money they can get out of it. They don't care what it does to the white race. But I will point out to you that you don't see this equivalent grift for white well-being, because there isn't money to be made off white positivity. There's only money to be made off resentment and centering non-white groups.
Why were there no black people in the Flintstones?
Because they were still monkeys.
See? So it's all anti-non-white garbage. That's what it is. Clip after clip, it's the exact same. Her on the street. Sometimes the person asking the question is black. It's all the exact same. Every single one right after the other. And like I said, there's endless examples of it. Here's another one. Now, this is an example of one that is a real person, or at least I believe is a real person. But she's a slut. She's a hoe. And she does the low-cut tops and the near naked and the thongs and all of that on camera. And then to make herself some more money, she goes out to the resentment losers and she's like, hey, the South was good and the Enners deserved what they got and they didn't get anything bad. They weren't horribly treated and etc. And then here she is. She's clearly not white, but she talks like she says things like my ancestors and your ancestors didn't own slaves. So why? And all of these same low IQ'd arguments, making herself big money off of the white resentment, sub-white goblins. Another example of it. How about, and here's a guy doing the same thing. Real guy. And I should have showed you, their follower counts are colossal. Hundreds of thousands. Let's see what this guy's is. 213,000, this clown. And he's doing the anti-Jew grift, the anti-non-white grift. Instead of talking about how we're victimized, he's there talking about how it's the dues. It's the dues. Same thing. Again, I'm pointing out both sides of this. The money is to be made by satisfying the resentment of the resentment sphere, not by advocating what white people need in order for us to recapture our destiny. That might not even be it. Here's another one. This is another AI girl. It's endless. And these are going to grow. These kind of accounts are going to multiply because there is money to be made off the resentment, the white resentment, no dick, baby dick losers out there. Who knows?
They had to lower the IQ for being mentally retarded from 85 to 75 because it would mean 52% of black people would be classified as retarded.
So it's just one clip after the other. That's anti-non-white. One clip after the other. They're not doing this for white well-being. They're doing this for the money. They're doing this for the grift. If Bangladeshis are able to put two and two together and make money off of white losers sub-white losers, then it really makes sense. It really becomes clearer that that's exactly what the NJP was doing. That's exactly what I'm a Mexican Fuentes was doing. That's exactly what on and on and on. Just a grift. And now to clear the palate, here's the white man's genius in action. You're welcome, humanity. Oh, and here we have Arvol. Interesting, he's involved in this case. This Jewish woman married to, or half Jewish woman married to a black guy who tried to become a member of his community is now suing him and suing his organization, which is why he made those outrageously ridiculous appeals for money, because he needs a lot of money for the lawsuits and payouts, potential payouts. So on top of that lawsuit taking place right now, that's going to cost him a shit. You remember, he's like, get in now, get in early, and you can be here for the upswing and triple your money. Here's Tuesday only. Tuesday only. You got to get in right now. Dial the number on your screen, and you'll be put in contact with a recruiter who will recruit you immediately. You want to get in early, and you can get your money quadrupled by the end of the month. Get in early, and you will also get a bonus of secret scientific discoveries. Get in early, and you can get that secret bonus. Just say secret bonus when the operator answers the phone, and you will get access to that secret scientific knowledge that we are hiding here down in Arkansas in our little shitty piece of property. Well, while that's happening right now, and he made that ridiculous sales pitch, the feds are now subpoenaing. He says they have subpoenaed a bunch of our documents. So unrelated to that lawsuit, the federal government has requested documents, and he says here, blithely, I assume they'll be sitting there thinking, why do they have so many maps of the Roman Empire? No, they're not going to be thinking that. They're going to be thinking that you are being an ass, and then they'll be back for the real documents. So, of course, he's going to say that our financiers and our members' identities are totally safe, and I'll just tell you right now, they're not. You should probably know that. You should not be a big, floppy, white tit booby and be that gullible. So they are under the investigation by the federal government, or at least the first stages of investigation. So exactly what I said would happen. He then he posted this, and this is a kind of a move the goal post. My goal is to form small communities. My goal isn't. It isn't. My goal isn't to form small communities. I beg to differ, my friend. I beg to. You've been arguing about starting these little neighborhoods across the United States in video after video, post after post, interview after interview. But now he says, no, it's not. It's not to start the small communities. This is, of course, damage control. Damage control. I think he sees the writing on the wall for the little project of starting little communities. And so now he wants to get out ahead of it and say, no, I was never meaning to start little communities across the U.S. No. You see, it says here, it's to just organize white people, to get them to work together. Yes, that's what you were doing all along. I feel so. Everybody who supported this whole idea, and I was as supportive as I could be, and I raised my concerns about the kind of things that always happens and are inevitably going to happen. And so now you have the central figure saying, oh no, my goal was never to start small communities across the U.S. My goal has always been just to get white people to organize and work together. That's all I was ever trying to do. Hey, is that what you gave your money for? Or the investors? It's like the same question I have for the investors of the American Renaissance. When Jared Taylor went on his tour telling people that he had always thought that that he was just preserving, that American Renaissance was just preserving the history of our defeat for someone later to read and know that we had fought. Did his investors know that when they were giving the $5, $5,000, $50,000 donations? Did they know that? And so I asked the same thing to the investors for Eric and his leadership team. Did you know that he wasn't actually trying to start communities across the United States? He was actually just trying to get white people to work together? Or were you aware of that when you gave your $5, $5,000, $20,000? Were you aware of that? But of course, now we find out also in a later tweet from Tree Godfather that I shared that he says he wish lists, all we need is to acquire a single white nation. That's all we need. And so by way of the verbiage, you could interpret that to mean a outright purchase or taking over or something. But I mean, imagine that level of childishness. If we can just take over, if we could just purchase a country, European country, no matter how small it is, he wish lists that then within one generation, it'll be the technological center of the world. It will be this hub. It'll be what a crock of horse shit. Mind you, he's the guy who's going to be speaking, not yours truly. He's the guy who's going to be speaking at a conference in Washington, D.C., not yours truly. This clown. If we could just take over a European country, sure, that's going to happen. Sure. And then everything that he says afterwards that would result from the impossible, just take over or purchase a European country, all of that is fraudulent as well. Because what's going to happen, we'll just take one of, we could go on, and I'm not going to. But one example is, well, you have some sort of scientists working on X in your little fancy make-believe country up in your treehouse. And they're about to hit on something. They're going to hit on something. And then the centimillionaires and billionaires from the UK, from the US, from Canada, they show up and they're like, we will buy you and whatever you're producing in that little. What do you think they're going to do? Yes, they're going to go with the US or whoever's going to give them the big bucks. So what a crock of shit. Mind you now, he tweeted even later than this, than the tweet I'm just talking about. He tweeted that white supremacy will never die. Imagine saying something so tone deaf, so limp, so feckless, at the bottom of our existence, at the worst point that we've ever been, to brag about white supremacy. That is obviously an appeal to resentful sub-white goblins who are extremely insecure. You just go and tell them that they are superior to everybody else. That is a despicable thing to do. White supremacy. Maybe that'll be the speech he gives this month in Washington, D.C. White supremacy will never die. What a joke. Here's a drive-by with a death whistle. It really does sound kind of deathy.
Is someone on the roof?
They looked a little scared. Let's keep it rolling. Oh, this is not right. This black guy here is going up to people, other black people, and telling them, "Hey, have a taste of this wonderful food I made." And then he tells them that it's composed of semen.
Damn, you made that.
Yep.
That is good.
Thank you.
What you gonna do with it?
We're selling it. We're trying to let people know that sperm is actually very, very good and like protein. Yeah.
What the fuck you mean sperm?
Like kids?
The fuck, you got me to eat some fucking sperm, bro?
I thought you knew that.
No, bro. I don't know what the fuck that shit is, bro. What the fuck I'm eating sperm, bro?
You said it was good.
Because I thought this shit was ice cream or some icing or some shit.
You can use it for that. It's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's African sperm right there.
You motherfucker. African sperm. God damn it. African.
This guy's gonna get shot. He's gonna get shot. I promise. You motherfucker. All right, take a look at this. Americans, this is CBS. More Americans report shoplifting as inflation climbs. Look at the image of the shoplifters.
Just published a new survey. What do you notice about the photo? Here's the data, by the way, if you believe it. So CBS just published a new survey.
Anti-whiteism. It's anti-whiteism. Now, I want you to, just this clip alone, you could go to your mom, you could go to your dad, you could go to your friends, you could say, you know what I noticed? The media always portrays white people as the criminals. That's anti-white as all hell. I mean, criminals come in all races. So why is it on the commercials, on the news stories, etc.? It's always whites. It's completely anti-white, and that means it's really immoral. And you'll get buy-in from white people. They'll say, yeah, that is what they do. It's ridiculous. But now imagine you go to them and you say, you see the white people here? It's because of the Jews. The Jews are evil. Let me tell you how they've always been evil. What do you think is going to happen to white people? Well, they're going to do like that Cornell student did. The parents are just going to throw you out of the house. And if you went to a conservative family, what would they? You point out race? They would say, well, this has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with race. But it's always white people playing the criminals. So, this is pretty funny. Going up to these Indian store owners who've gotten all those business grants and loans. I think that's what this is here.
Hi, sir.
What's up, man?
Good, how are you?
My name is Zach.
Sorry?
Zach.
Zach?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
I started today.
No?
Yeah.
We're closing at this time.
No, right now, yeah, I'm doing overtime.
No, we don't open it. Don't do this.
This guy says, it's the retaliation scream for me. Oh my God, this guy. The business owner screams back at him.
Okay, we're closing out. Got. Call 199. Call 199, okay?
He's going to call 199.
I love you.
The best part, we got to watch the retaliation scream again, now that you know it's coming.
Hi, sir.
What's up, man?
Good, how are you?
My name is Zach.
Sorry?
Zach.
Zach?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
I started today.
No?
Yeah.
We're closing at this time.
No, right now, yeah, I'm doing overtime.
No, we don't open it.
Oh my God, that's funny as hell. All right. Well, oh yeah, this is hey, white ladies. This is what you get. Not women of the West that are going free, but the rest of you white females out there. This is your safety and security that you get to feel. This is a police officer sitting in his car, and then he's got to go and handle in the pitch black a bunch of American blacks shooting at each other. I want you to pay close attention, because as the white man and our civility and our norms, and as you undermine us, this will be every town, even Mayberry. That's not fireworks. This here for these white police officers, these white males that had to run into this anti-white, white erased bullshit and are not appreciated.
Go, find cover, give it, move.
You've got no idea who's shooting who, where the bullets are flying, who is flanked, who is not, who has cover, is somebody in a car, just gunshots everywhere. Welcome to America, thanks to anti-whiteism. Thanks to anti-whiteism, not thanks to blacks, because they were so well behaved when we were a people.
Right there, to the right.
Show me your hands! Don't move! Don't move! Don't move!
Listen to this. My God. I tell you, the white race, so much of the white race deserves what they get. I love this. When you tell your coworker to stand up for themselves and they end up getting fired. That dog's face. Okay, this is for all the guys out there. Something really cool. Yes, look at that sucker smoking. Now watch, he takes the mag out. The mag is smoking too. Based real. One more time. Based. Skibbity. I love it. All right, we got to keep rolling. Here's another thing that white men do. We got to keep it rolling. There's Dan right there. Good to see the champion. And finally, we have this, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Stoppa Anti-Whiteism. Here's that white pig traitor inviting the invading army. We'll be talking about her and more shortly.
Su situación es una situación muy precaria. La situación ahora mismo, además del FED y todas estas organizaciones que los intentan.
The white race will be a people again. Let's rock.
Captain Flower, a plan with magical powers, anti-white cowards get savagely devoured. Captain Flower, prepare to watch your back when you shower. He's at the foot of your bed, you won't last another hour. Captain Flower. Hurrah, plant leaves, no roots run deep. He's creeping down the chimneys while anti-whites sleep. The strength divines coil around razor sharp cutlasses. Swashbuckler slick as soil, cutting down on the buttresses. Big yellow flower with a nightmarish face. He hunts and eats the cretins that despise the white race. Go free lexicon, assaulting their ears. He conjures their darkest fears. His roots water with their tears. Captain Flower, a plan with magical powers. Anti-white cowards get savagely devoured. Captain Flower, you better watch your back when you shower. He's at the foot of your bed, you won't last another hour. Captain Flower. Tony tendrils, metal shock, paralyzing photosynthesis. Captain Flower's a legend among white positive dissidents. He does the yo-ho-ho with his swashbuckling crew. Pirate ship covered in pollen, what the fuck you gonna do? Blending in during the day, drinking from the puddles. Exposing anti-white villains with his bellicose rebuttals. Every night, anti-white swine tremble at his shadow. He breaks their minds with his light and turns their bodies into tallow. Captain Flower, a plan with magical powers. Anti-white cowards get savagely devoured. Captain Flower, you better watch your back when you shower. He's at the foot of your bed, you won't last another hour. Captain Flower. Yo ho ho, when Promethean hails, Captain Flower won't stop until anti-whites rot in jail. begonias to the hell, rhododendrons rise. The law of nature itself turns against the anti-white. For white well-being, Captain Flower hunts and fights. Julius Malema lives paralyzed in fright. Bodies broken, minds shattered. Antifas become scattered. A rags of disappearances and Black Lives Matter. The white kids love him and thank him for his service. But when he flails his lines, everybody gets nervous. A heroic organism, a bright future he dreams. Captain Flower's the leader of the outreach team. Captain Flower, fire spirit of the West. Captain Flower, fire spirit of the West. Captain Flower, fire spirit of the West. Until the western sunrise, Captain Flower never rests. Captain Flower.
So awesome, Captain Flower. And that, of course, is Ivan's tune. Give it up for Ivan and the great leader of the OT, Captain Flower. Get into our perspicacious comments, and then we got our news items. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got what white men do, injecting themselves with snake venom coming up. We got Brandon Gill's very short little video, money-raising video. We'll take a look at that. And we have Spain and the invasion, another lurch toward biological white erasure and the succumbing of the white race to the anti-white invasion, anti-white ideology, if the work we do does not recapture our destiny. No sitting around and being invited to fancy conferences to share your views on how white supremacy will never die is going to stop it from happening, I'm afraid. Perspicacious comments, we start off with Thorberson. Why is it so hard for white people to understand that calling someone an anti-non-white racial slur, such as N-er, only strengthens anti-whiteism? It is the dumbest thing you can do because you immediately change the focus from you as the victimized to a victimizer. Now the entire focus becomes about how you victimize the person that most likely already victimized you. Instead, you should keep your calm and call the person out as anti-white anytime you are being victimized and remain proudly in your lane as the victimized, because the one perceived as the victimized in any conflict usually come out as the moral one in that conflict. And that in turn is the leverage that will make it easier for you in court. That will make you stand out as the righteous one by the masses, plus avoid getting you fired from your job. And most importantly, it shines a light on the anti-whiteism in public. Let's hear it for Thorberson. Perspicacious comments, ladies and gentlemen, are a consequence of comments left on threads, on videos under my videos on YouTube, and you could potentially have your comment included in perspicacious comments. You probably should first look up what perspicacious means. Make it pithy, and Thorberson ends with this. He says, the wonderful thing is when you, Jason, point out someone as anti-white, but don't care, or I guess anyone, but don't care what race they are, most, if not all, of our people will actually start standing behind you. Our people now see you as a moral character fighting an evil that also harms them. And since our entire race have been programmed that standing up for white people can only be done as the villain, as soon as they discover that there's an actual another way, and we can stand up for our people in a moral way, even become a hero, it will unlock the entire white race to join our cause and help end anti-whiteism. Thanks to Jason's lifelong hard work and dedication, his sacrifice, his perseverance and determination in trying to figure out a solution to stop anti-whiteism. For the first time in history, white people will be able to be proud of being a people defending themselves as whites, simply because for the first time in history, our people will be able to feel moral while doing so. Thank you, Jason, for discovering that in order for whites to create a peoplehood, we must feel moral while doing so, as well as feel moral while standing up for our people. And the Go Free method with the lexicon and key concepts unlocks our people to do exactly that. Let's hear it for Thorbison, ladies and gentlemen. Perspicacious comments and raucous emojis. 07's well said. Murray says, quote, nobody knows what anti-white is, close quote. My boss clearly understood exactly what it meant when I used the term anti-white in front of him and my colleagues. F. Bronca. Absolutely. Yes, he's just a grifting old loser, a dried up, wizened fossil loser. Nobody will know what anti-white means. You're so right, Murray. Thank you, brother. Let's hear it. Perspicacious comments from Murray. We'll jump on over to Joe. Joe says the Shiloh saga is really exposing how juvenile the thought processes are in the white resentment sphere. These guys are like children saying, quote, it's my right to have candy for breakfast, close quote. When they argue that they have the right to say whatever they want, they continue to live in their fantasy of how the world ought to be instead of how the world actually is. Quote, well, the First Amendment protects our speech, close quote. They screech as if the words are going to get up off the paper and defend their right to say enter. The law of the jungle is, quote, might makes right. We cannot dictate what is right without might. It's like the line from the old Clint Eastwood movie. There are two kinds of people in the world, those with guns and those who dig. You dig, close quote. Until we can galvanize the white race into a people, we are the diggers. This isn't a black pill or subversion, as the anti-Jews would say, but a factual observation. Might makes right, and might comes from collective action. If we have a people, we can enforce our biospiritual instincts, and we can dictate what is right. And what is right will always be what accrues the largest benefit to the white race. Big salutes to Joe, ladies and gentlemen. Show him some love on Perspicacious Comments. Anti-Vitism 777 says Andrew Bronca was always scum. He is a taboo, grifting e-whore. Imagine being an old, desiccated fossil and an e-whore at the same time. What a disgusting thing. It was obvious when, despite being a well-off attorney, he demands $5 to acknowledge your comments. His concern was never ending our victimization or recapturing our destiny. Let's hear it for Anti-Whiteism 777, ladies and gentlemen. Raucous emojis 07s. Let's get some 07s. Back to Joe at 2 hours, 4 minutes. He says, honestly, she's lucky she got off as light as she did. 5 more years of white erasure, and it'll be executions. Talking about Shiloh. She just made $900,000. I think she can handle the fine just fine. She won't ever be able to get a job again, so she has plenty of free time to volunteer. Jesus. They act like she's been strung up and she got a slap on the wrist. So true. Give it up for Joe. Big salutes. And we got 2 more from Joe right in a row. I have one example of this burned into my memory. My first real experience living in a multiracial society was as a freshman in college. And this is great. He's responding honestly here. We all have moments about this in life. And this was on the tail of who also said, maybe it'll come back to me, shared about his experience in having this weird force inside of us that wants to make sure that non-whites are feeling good about themselves and superior and etc. That comes from the white guilting. That comes from anti-whiteism. You can really appreciate the depth of the psychological injury when you reflect on these moments in your life that you have engaged in this kind of behavior. He said, that's the first time I ever encountered the non-whites with numerical courage. There was a one-time multiracial group of people sitting in a common room of a dorm talking about music without even thinking. Like an anti-white automation, I jumped up and said, hey, you know Elvis stole a lot of black music. The anti-whiteism I was programmed with my entire life forced me to villainy signal, forced me to say that whites are uncreative and thieves, that non-whites are superior artists, all in one sentence. That takes a lot of courage. Let's give it up for Joe. It takes a lot of, and whoever that, I think it was Smash Anti-Whiteism, shared his account of him feeling these urges, earlier in life, to make sure that other races, and in particular blacks, knew that they were good and worthy and superior and etc. That's how we are brainwashed. If you can't appreciate that, if you can't even face the reality of that, you have no hope. You can only meddle about in the shallows of going free. You've got to be able to face that reality, that's the depth of the poisoning. That's the depth of the psychological warfare in the white race. That's how you get to where we are in the West today. And then you think they don't want to, so many people don't want to face that because they know that they're injured. They know they've been victimized. They don't want to tell anybody about it because they're insecure losers. And they want to pretend like, I'm so tough, it could never happen to me. I could never participate. I could never do that. Bullshit. You did, I promise. But another issue with it is that if you're able to see, if you're able to at least face, even if you are not yet mature enough or courageous enough to explore the depth of the psychological warfare inflicted on us, if you can at least face it, if you can at least look at it, you'll realize how absolutely futile and feckless all of these other arguments about taking anti-whiteism on is, how ineffective they are, how they could never succeed. You're going to take a population that has behaved in this way, had these internal notions and feelings that result in everything that we're seeing today, and you're going to just tell them, well, you just need to say enter. Are you serious? I mean, for the God's sake, the sub-white goblins out there, shut up. The anti-whiteism I was programmed with forced me to say that to fit in and be a good person against my will. I didn't have a choice. The words just fell out of my mouth. I actually felt embarrassed for saying this thing that I didn't even believe in order to virtue but villainy signal. It was a gross feeling. It absolutely is. We've all done it. Every single one of us has done that. Every single one. I remember, so that Smash and Joe are not alone, I remember telling non-white friends that they should feel proud about their cultures and their peoples and their histories and the things that they had achieved and discovered. And I remember saying that more than a handful of times as a youth. So everybody does it. Joe continues here. The boats are burned, quote, the boats are burned on the shore, close quote. That is the Western biospirit. Defeat is not an option, only victory or death. The Spartans came home carrying their shields or carried on them. Scipio Africanus, before the Battle of Zama, quote, there is only victory or death, close quote. The first battle flag of the United States had the motto, quote, to conquer or to die, also used by the CSA. John Paul Jones, quote, I have not yet begun to fight. Patrick Henry, quote, give me liberty or give me death. At the Battle of Trenton, when Washington crossed the Delaware, his army's call response password was victory or death. The Greeks at Thermopylae, Horatius on the bridge, Davy Crockett at the Alamo, the Knights, Hospitaller at Rhodes and Malta, the Austrians and Poles at Vienna, the Holy League at Lepanto, the Crusaders at Jaffa, led in battle by Richard the Lionheart himself, who challenged the entire Muslim army to single combat, and not one dared accept. We are a race of warriors, and throughout our long and glorious history, we have only ever had two options, victory or death. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Joe. And that is our Perspicacious Comments today. Big applause. We have so much to get to. Bitten by snakes 200 times on purpose. U.S. man quests to help deliver new anti-venom. This is what white men do. We saw the white man standing out there with his fully automatic firearm. I saw somebody write, it might have been Cool Papa J Magic, that never fired fully auto. It's fun. Unfortunately, if it's not belt fed, it's not fun for very long. It goes quickly. But I can tell you it's one of the most manly white man of the West things you can possibly do. So we saw that guy. We saw the white guy playing the piano. Of course, we invented all of that. Here you have another thing a white man is doing for the good of all of humanity. Bitten by snakes 200 times on purpose. U.S. man, and thanks to Biospirit of the West for sharing this. Man's quest to help deliver new anti-venom. Tim Frieda put his ass on the line to help stop snake bite deaths, whose numbers appear to be rising amid climate crisis. So there's the white man that has been allowing his collection of venomous snakes to bite him, but also he milks them and then injects himself. As we overheat and degrade our planet, whatever, more people are likely to come into contact, sometimes fatally, with venomous snakes. One man hopes to provide an unusual solution to this after subjecting himself to 200 intentional snake bites to his body. He almost lost a leg. He almost lost fingers in the process of doing this to himself. By the way, he's not a scientist or anything of any kind. He's a blue-collar guy, and his hobby is having venomous, scary snakes. And then he got the idea, I think I'll help humanity. This is what the white race does, and for which we get zero thanks. And you might also know that anti-venom at the hospital can absolutely break the bank. You're deciding whether or not you should lose the limb or owe $500,000. So this guy, you couldn't give this guy more kudos. For nearly 20 years, Tim Frieda, 58, allowed some of the most lethal snakes in the world to bite him so he could build up an immunity that could one day be developed into a universal anti-venom. The extraordinary and painful quest undertake. So can we hear it for white men? Can we get some 07s? Can we get some raucous emojis for white men? This is amazing. This is what we do. Let's get the medical industry out of the way. Let's get rid of all the red tape, all of the accretion of the rules and laws and codes, get it all out of the way. And if the medical industry or the pharmacological industry gets in the way, execute those who are getting in the way for treason to the country and allow this white man to fix the problem of anti-venom shortages and prices that are like $500,000 that your insurance doesn't pay. Let's let this white man fix it. The extraordinary and painful quest undertaken by a window cleaner with no formal scientific training in the basement of his Wisconsin home. That's what we say. So the white man creates Western civilization in his garage, in his basement, in his shed, in his barn. That's where we've done it. Ordinary white guys, not these companies that have like R&D departments, and that all that does is slow things down. All that does is create systems that are intended to fail so that the big company can sell you again and again and again and again. This is your blue-collar white guys are what create Western civilization, not the nerds, not these scientists, definitely not the politicians. They're garbage. Not taboo grifters. They're even worse than politicians. Not e-whores. They're even worse than all of them. White blue-collar guys. Go into their garage. They say there's a problem in the world. I'm going to address it and fix it. That's who creates Western civilization. And then you have all the white females out there hating on them for that. Hating on white males. I mean, imagine the treason of this. You white females, you'll never live this down. You will never, and you will never be allowed to live this down. I mean, we are your fathers, your brothers, your sons, your male cousins, your nephews. You will never be allowed to live this down. Some of these bites nearly killed Frida, almost cost him his leg, his fingers, at one point put him into a coma. Quote, people said I was crazy, of course. Some people tried to stop me. He told The Guardian, I understood it was dangerous, but people are dying from snake bites. I want you to juxtaposition this guy's thinking with mine for the recapture of our destiny. This guy's saying, I will sacrifice myself for, whether he's able to articulate that it's for our people or he's going to say it's for the globe or whatever because of anti-whiteism. It's the drive of the biospirit. There's nothing out there that could be more honorable. This whole idea of the honor of a single mother, but fuck all that. That's degeneracy. This is what should be honored above all. Making money, conservatives, capitalism, making money. People are dying from snake bites, and I was pissed at that. I couldn't get that out of my head. I put my ass on the line, and I'm glad I did. So it goes on. They took his blood, and they injected it into mice, and then they injected, and I think they're up to 19 different lethal snake bites, venom, that his antibodies inside the mice defeated. Not only that, but since he's human, his antibodies won't be harmful to us. The replication of his antibodies won't be harmful to us. Most of the antivenom, according to what I was reading, are made from other animals. And so there are complications when we receive it. This guy's a total epic freaking hero. And we should celebrate that. We got to keep going, though, so we don't run out of time. Here's Gill making an appeal for money. We would like Gill. And look, there's Tree Godfather again, Biospirit of the West. We're swashing on these people. We need them to go free ASAP. Gill especially. And Gill, I'm speaking to you. You are not going to be able to effectuate change in the United States the way you think. Sorry for you to have to realize this. You're not going to be able to go there and be some sort of a leader that's going to lead some sort of revolution against racism against white people. That's not going to happen. They will ruin you. They will back your opposition. You will be kept out of committees. We've seen it all countless times. You'll end up playing the game to remain at the trough, like so many others who pretend to be great conservative champions. What you can do is you can legitimize the concepts that liberate our people from the evil of this age. And by doing so, liberates everyone of every background. That's what you can do. So you can take these concepts, be empowered by these concepts, obliterate on television the Democrats, your opposition, and maybe some of the Republican opposition, Mitt Romney opposition, obliterate them with these concepts and empower the nation, not just this nation, but our people around the globe. You can do that. Already, we had Rupert Lowe today or yesterday, whatever it was, make a video that mentioned the demographics of the UK and that whites are going to be a minority, numerical minority. We are already a minority in the UK, just not a numerical one. We're a minority of courage, a minority of ingenuity, a minority of intelligence, and we're a minority in every one of the ways because we're selfish individualists. But Gill here can empower us in the UK by using the concepts out of Go Free. Use the 6 key concepts, Gill. We will get them all to you. Let's hear what you have to say. And as friendly as possible, critique what you have to say. All right, we'll stop right there. Gill, we do care. We do care. You should care if you are called racist. When an when an anti-white calls you racist, they are putting a target on you. You can't own it. People are ruined for that title. Maybe you, in your condition, your situation, your wealth, you can absorb a lot of that attack. But the vast majority of the white population can't. Don't teach them to say they don't care if they're called racist. When an anti-white says racist, that's an anti-white slur. It's a weaponized concept to deny us the legitimacy of defending ourselves and our well-being. It affirms white ill-being as the morality of the day. So don't you dare ignore when an anti-white calls you a racist. You counter with that they are anti-white, that they want you killed by some psycho out there who's going to kill racists. They want you fired from your jobs. They want your kids thrown out of school by calling you racist. Call them anti-white. They are anti-white terrorists, Gill. Do not teach our brothers and sisters to say, well, I don't care if you call me that, because their lives will be ruined. They hate our country because they hate the white race. They would love a United States of anti-whiteism. This is like Christianity. They're not after Christianity. They're after white Christianity. They're not after America. They're America as a multi-racial witch's cauldron. No, they're after white America. Gill, say it. Oh, no sound is coming through. Pull it down and we'll put it back up and see if that fixes it.
I don't care if they call me racist. In fact, I couldn't care.
So all he has said so far is, I don't care if they call me racist, and I don't care what people say about me who hate the country. That's what I was responding to. And let me know, thank you, Cool Papa, if there still isn't, and then I'll just tell you all.
Care less what people who hate our country think of me. For decades, the left has used magic words like bigotry, racism, and all these other isms to...
Okay, so we have this magic word. For decades, for generations, Gill, they've used meme pathogens, anti-white slurs. Okay, you all can hear it now. Good.
To shut down debate. These are the words they use when they know their position on any issue is indefensible.
So it's not used to shut down debate. That's an abstraction, Gill. Can you use these words to shut down debate between two scientists about global warming, between a husband and wife about who gets to park in the driveway and who gets to park in the garage? Could you use it between two dog trainers about what's the best way to train a Doberman Pinscher? Do they shut down debate by throwing out bigot? No, that's an abstraction, Gill. These are anti-white slurs. And they are designed to delegitimize white well-being. Call them what they are.
Like their position on immigration, the idea that being an American is nothing more than your physical location. They'll argue all...
They don't argue that it's your physical location because you can be an American by an opinion. The conservatives argue worse than the Democrats. Democrats say you could be an American by getting here. Republicans say you're an American by holding the opinion of America anywhere on planet Earth.
All day long that a nation having borders is essentially a racist idea. Their game is to convince people that the moderate position on immigration is actually the radical one. But for the entirety of our country's history, up until the last decade or so, every sane person knew the truth. First, immigration should be viewed only through one lens. Does this benefit the American people? Any other question really is immaterial. Second, American citizenship is a privilege, not a right automatically granted to any person on earth the second they demand it. Third, American culture is good and beautiful. American values are worth protecting.
Yeah, but what are those things? What are American values? Did they come from the value fairy?
America, in its essence, is worth protecting against a massive flood of permanent residents who don't care about the things that made this country uniquely great. Despite the fact that this was conventional wisdom for all of American history until this generation of radical leftists came into power.
Until this generation. The short-sightedness, of course, is born out of when Gill started noticing, when Gill started paying attention. Then it's this generation. Then it's past couple of decades since he's been noticing. He's 30-some years of age. It's since he's started paying attention. But it's been going on, of course, for generations. We've shared. By the way, that the older white guy that I showed you during Quick News and Laughs, and he's like, the whole blondes are dumb is from the dudes in the movies. That idiot was saying that it began in the 80s or something like, or the 60s or something like that. When we know that there was anti-whiteism on the radio before there was even television. We went with Hans on the Shade Tree, went all the way back to when radio was brand new and the trope of the dumb white father was present.
I'm being attacked on a level I never thought I'd see.
Why? You're being attacked because you're inhibiting to some small degree anti-whiteism. You've got to be encouraging, pushing, firing it into the stratosphere, or they will attack you. So you're not going to be able to make the changes you think possible by way of conservative approaches and abstractionizing. You can legitimize the concepts that will empower our people and save America.
They're even coming after my family. If they get the chance, they'll knock me out and keep me out of the fight. If you agree with any of what I just said, if you're tired of being called nasty names for loving your country, the link to support me is right here.
Nasty. Anti-white slanders. Gill, I'm telling you, we don't have time for this childish shit. Grow up. This is the only thing you can do. And by the way, it's the most powerful thing you can do.
You'll know what to do from there.
You'll know to do. Give him money so that he can stay at the trough and say more conservative things. No, don't give Gill any money unless he's going to start using the concepts. Unless he's going to use anti-white, anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative, white erasure, Western kind. Unless he's going to be using our concepts from Go Free, then he'll do no good. And money given to him is a waste. And my hope is, Gill, that you will do the right thing and you will empower the white race in America and around the world for the good of everybody in our countries, which includes all the non-white people who are going to behave in a way that is commensurate with our norms, customs, etc. So there's his Fund Me appeal. Let's hear about what's going on in Spain.
Video here, chaos at the border of Spain's North African.
Can everybody hear that as well? White Wolf is in the house. Corey is with us. Good. Hyperspeed Drifter is here. Julian, Roger, Hyperborean Dream is here. Lambda, I have had conservatives tell me that all you have to do believe in liberty to be an American. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's far more problematic than Democrats not wanting a border. I mean, just imagine. At least with the Democrats, they've got to get here. With the Republicans, it's like the whole globe. The whole globe. You believe in liberty, then you're an American. Nope, don't think so. All right, who else? Logan Dawes is with us. Good to see you. Westman is here. Hello to you. Promethean Hales. Craig is with us. Great to see y'all coming by. Thank you for coming by. I appreciate it. Church of the West. The great Franklinator is in the house. Roger is here. All right, let us continue. Sunshine and Coffee is here. My husband and I gave Craig the green light to make a big announcement regarding our family. Well, where will the announcement be made? We will keep an eye out. All right. Let us continue.
In Enclave in Morocco, this is a city called Ceuta. You're watching as thousands of migrants break through the fence and completely overwhelm the border police. Their video showing huge groups of people, mostly young military-age guys, cramming into inflatable.
I'm always like iffy on it's military-aged men because I don't want their women and children. I don't want, if this were like, it's going to be okay if it's a swarm of, if it's 50,000, in case you didn't know, Morocco really opened up its prisons, apparently, and check it out for yourself. And then all of these guys, Spain, the anti-whites in Spain, and what's this anti-whites name who's their prime minister? He said, okay, 500,000 can be citizens that are here. And then a court ruling said, well, if they come by water, they can't be stopped, and they have to be allowed to enter. So these Moroccans, 50, 60,000, they're still counting in total, swarmed Ceuta, which is in Africa proper. It's part of Spain. There are ferries that go back and forth several times a day, a very short jaunt across the ocean. And they swarmed. The town, Ceuta, is a population of around 80,000. So they almost doubled the population with the swarm. This is, I know a lot of people look at something like this and they say some kind of a one-off or something. This is a lurch in the white erasure of Western civilization. And there will be more. And the lurches will come more frequently, and they will come closer and closer to each other. This will be every town. This will be every villa. This will be every neighborhood. This will be everywhere across the West because there isn't white unity. There isn't a white peoplehood to resist it. If there's white peoplehood, then none of this can happen. If anti-whiteism stays in place, then it doesn't matter all of these other ignorant conversations like white supremacy will never die, Eric Orwell. That fails, and this will continue. And if white people go out there and they try to fight, they try to shoot these people, they try to, the government will come for them. And it won't matter how many times you as a child, or at least child-brained and immature, say it's not fair, they'll still do it.
Tubes are arriving on shore in other ways, some of them waiting in the water as they break through the gates to get to the other side. Sandra, this is reminiscent of kind of what we saw during the open border during the Biden administration through 2021, 2024, kind of similar to what we saw in Del Rio back in 2021. The socialist agenda, their platform literally says,
of course, it's anti-white. It's the anti-white agenda. But I think we got to celebrate. Craig is saying he is the godfather of Sunshine's and his best friend's newborn child. Oh, my goodness. 07s, 007s to the brand new baby of the West. Baby of the West. See, we should be calling our white babies this. Son of the West, daughter of the West, baby of the West. Isn't that magical and beautiful? Congratulations to Sunshine and her husband, and to Craig, who is now a godfather to this child. God bless you all. Baby of the West. Brand Danger helping me out. I guess Sanchez, is that the anti-white leader? The great Cornell has joined us. What a great piece of news. Congratulations. That's wonderful. Are we allowed to know whether or not it's a son or daughter of the West? It's a baby of the West either way.
That is great. Henry says here, the whole fighting aged men thing, at least it shows they're lying when they say it's children. That's true. But the anti-whites can make the argument, and this is what I want to deprive them of, that the men come first when it's dangerous. And then they establish a residence, and they establish medical care and a job, and then they bring their wives and children. So we have to allow them, we shouldn't make it so dangerous that the women and children can't come in the first wave. It's because of us that only the males come. And then once they're here, they can bring their families. And they'll find one here to do a story about, or two there to do a story about. And then so many white people will go, well, that makes sense. I guess it's true. I guess it is dangerous to come over. I wouldn't want just like the TV person said, I wouldn't want my wife and children to come swimming across the ocean with me. So I would just go by myself first, and then I would be seen as a military-aged man. We should bring their families over. I mean, that's no. This is the white erasure of Western civilization. There's your argument. They're not allowed in because they're not white. There's your argument. They're not allowed in because they will white erase Spain. I mean, Spain is in rough shape already. Spain is in really rough shape. The white population in Spain is rapidly diminishing. What they'll end up calling white in Spain will be a far throw from what Spaniards used to be. So we have got to say, in Spain, our people in Spain have to say, this is white erasure. No fucking Moroccans. They're non-white. They're not allowed. This is a white country. But yes. All right, what else do we have here? Joe said, do that voice every show. I don't know where they come from, though. So I don't know I can necessarily call it up. I don't know who I'm thinking about. When I think about how I'm a dumb conservative, I just listen to what the TV tells me to do. And so I agree with the anti-whiteism. All right, is here. Celine is here. Scottness is here. Like that voice as well. Is that, what do we want to call that? Is that like my cuckservative, one of my cuckservative voices? That's like the general, like dopey dog, cuckservative. I just sit here in my little cuck chair. And it's called Lazy Boy because I'm a lazy boy. We got Dallas is over here. Giuseppe is here on Premium Rumble. Great to see you, but Land of the Fake is here. Good to see you, brother. Right is here. Hello, good to see you. Boom the Secure is here. Wonderful to see you, brother. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. The champions are showing up on Premium Rumble. Wonderful to see you all. And this is what's happening. Why don't we take a look at Lunder says, audiobook using that voice when? You know what I could do? What would be great is to take a cuckservative's book and then post a video and say it's like the audio book for the cuck, and then read a page or so with that voice, because that's where they're coming from. It's like total brain dead. They've had the front of their brain has been lobotomized by anti-whiteism. So yeah, that would be hilarious. Oh, congratulations to Celine. She's starting a new job. 07s to Celine. Good luck. Make sure you put full effort to be a champ at your new job there. Congratulations. She's very excited. Give an 07 to Celine for her new job. Did we find out is a baby of the West? So I'm not missing whether it's a son or daughter of the West, but it's a baby. It's at least a baby of the West. All right, let's proceed. So how does this happen? It's not the dues. It's not the abstractions. It's anti-whiteism, which causes white people to lower our guard. That means we don't aggressively address invasion, which is what this is. This is anti-white invasion, not migrants, not economic migrants, not any of these other names that the anti-white system would give them. They are anti-white invaders. That's how we have to talk about it. Here you can see them marching down the street. And I want all these white females, the ones who haven't decided to be women of the West, I want them all to pay a lot of attention to this. We need to share this often because this is one of the many lurches in the biological white erasure and overall white erasure of Western civilization. It's not ending without anti-whiteism ending. No food, no water, nothing to support themselves, just 50 to 60,000. Look at this.
Than we thought. It's a lot worse than we thought. Spanish officials now estimate that nearly 50,000 migrants crossed into the city of Ceuta from Morocco in the last 24 hours alone. That's a nearly 60% increase of the city's 83,000 population in less than a day. At least 18 people have died with bodies found in the water. The Spanish military has been deployed.
That's, of course, another thing that they're talking about is the poor anti-white invaders who died in the process of invading. My response to that is good. It should be a lot more. If you had a white peoplehood and we cared about the well-being of our people, you would have the antecedent thoughts that would engender deductions about the situation, that would engender action items that would serve our well-being. Above all else. So when they show up, not only they're not allowed to come in, but they are dealt with harshly. And the totality of the population agrees with that. That's how you get to that point. When they're dealt with harshly, they stop trying to come in. So it's not like you have to keep doing that. It's not like you'd have to deal with them harshly again and again and again. Maybe just once. And then they would stop coming. Another woman talking about it.
Just admitted that the border at Ceuta has completely collapsed today. Within hours, thousands of military-aged men, mostly young Moroccans, flooded across from Morocco through the sea. They swam around the barriers with flotation devices, climbed the fences, and in some places simply walked through when all controls failed. Officials on the ground are calling it.
I mean, look at this. This is what anti-whites want for every Western country. They want it absolutely inundated, and don't bother to ask, well, don't they know it will harm them too? They're not considering that in their consideration of victimizing us by way of white erasing our countries, white erasing our norms, getting us or making us unemployed or unemployable, depriving us of medical care. That's all they're thinking about. They're not thinking, well, for the long term, they're thinking this will harm white people. Let's do it. The important point of that to understand is that it's at all levels of anti-whites. There doesn't have to be an anti-white cabal somewhere saying, let's do it. And that's not even a productive argument because of what that antecedent engenders in conclusions. The reality is, it is the anti-whiteism in the bodies of anti-whites at all financial levels, at all economic levels, in all walks of life. That's what you have to deal with.
Absolute chaos. The precursor, a Supreme Court ruling limiting the ability to turn people away at sea. Morocco's right next door to the city, but notice the invaders are coming by sea, not walking in by land. The court ruling basically said that fast-track rejection procedures apply only when foreigners are trying to overcome physical border containment elements.
One belt-fed M60, 2 men, could have turned all of this back. Technically, one guy. Technically, it could have been one white guy in the Spanish army and turned 60,000 around in a heartbeat. And they would not come back. There isn't will for that because there isn't morality for that. And here you have the white pig. And I think Joe said something he was thinking about. Maybe this was some sort of a setup. But we can speak about it from the perspective of this being an anti-white, white female delighted about the victimization of the white race. You see, she's not considering the long term. She's not considering what this does to Ceuta, to Spain as a whole. All she cares about is the victimization of the white race, white males, a society created by white males. She loves it. So she behaves here as a traitor and, in my opinion, should be executed for treason. Videotaping and waving them on. Xylem saying, what percent of Spain is white? He said he heard it's 85%. I don't think it's that much, but I don't know exactly either. High Speed Drifter says anti-whites would rather die killing us than go on living. That's the outcome. They don't have to think that, though. Like, they're not making a heroic, I will die to harm the white race. They're just saying, I'm for the victimizing of the white race. Whatever's put on their plate in front of them that's, victimize the white race, I'll have that, waiter. I'll have that. Oh, some more victimization of the white race, I'll have that. It doesn't matter if there's poison in the food. This bitch right here, she will have the victimization of the white race, even if there's poison in the food. Not even going to think about it. Not even, there could be a little asterisk that says, hey, this contains poison, you'll die. They don't even care. They're not reading that. They're just like, oh, it victimizes the white race in multifarious ways. Well, then I'm for it. How many times have we seen these white females like this one here that ends up, there was the one, I think it might have been France, where she went out and she was celebrating them. And then within a week, she had been gang raped, brutalized, totally beaten. That's anti-whiteism. She's an anti-white. She could look at and this is another reason why data is useless, Jared Taylor. You could go to them with data galore. Look at their arrest rates. Let me put my pinky in the air when we talk about their arrest rates and their IQ, and then we can study their countries, as though the average white person has any time for that kind of shit. You could show them all that data, and they're not going to care because of the morality. Jesus, I've been right for so long. The deal is, Jesus came to the world, and Jesus was here to deliver salvation. And so much of the world rejected salvation. I've come to the world to deliver redemption to the white race. And the white race is, so much of the white race is just not ready. We have the best who have shown up so far, and we continue to grow. But so much of the white race is just still not ready for redemption, just like they weren't ready for salvation. And I guess that's the way it works. So here you have a sickening spectacle of anti-whiteism embodied in this female. And it's my opinion that she should be tried for treason. It's not going to happen. So I'm not wish listing either, because I'm not saying this is what should happen. But it's my opinion that if we were in charge, she would be tried for treason and executed. But what would also happen if we're in charge is that we would be creating, we will have created the moral foundation upon which we're able to get in charge, which would give us the public will to do things like execute traitors. And not only that, but increasingly the population would say it's immoral to do what she's doing. And then other white females would not follow in her shoes, her sandals, because they would say to themselves, oh, that's immoral. I'm not going to do it. She's out there because she thinks being anti-white is the moral thing to do, among other motivations, principally born out of jealousy and envy of white males. Lambda said his sister thinks that I'm a racist. That's because she's an anti-white pig. Your sister's an anti-white pig, and I'm sorry it has to be that way. But if she's going to use the anti-white slur racist on me, it just demonstrates that she is an anti-white pig. You should let her know that I feel that way about her. Please. Anti-white pig. And whatever she looks like on the outside, she is hideous on the inside because of it. What a shame. What a shame. Anti-white pig. She should go fucking live in Morocco. She should go fucking live. My father was shot. My mother was shot at. I was mugged twice. I almost carjacked. I could go down the line. We could look at all of Western civilization being white erased by anti-whites like this pig sister of yours, and endorsed and celebrated. And she thinks that I'm the evil actor in this by saying no more victimization of white people on our birth. And she thinks I'm the evil one. Fuck her to hell. That ugly, stinking bitch. She's an anti-white, stinking bitch. Fuck you to hell. My sister thinks you're racist. Well, that's because she's ugly and fat. And she knows it. Can you imagine a white female coming into the room, hearing me object to the victimization of our people and the white erasure of our societies, and she's like, that's racist. Fuck you. You are such a degenerate, defective human being. No Jewish woman would ever hear, and make sure your anti-white pig of a sister hears this. No Jewish woman would ever object to a Jewish man standing up for Jews. No black woman would ever object to a black man standing up for blacks. And the same holds true for the rest of the peoples of mankind, except for the white race. There is one grotesquerie in the equation, and it is white females like your fucking sister. There is one degenerate, defective cur, and it is white females like your sister. No Jewish. Could you imagine a Jewish woman ever saying about a Jewish, you're evil for standing up for our people. You're evil for not wanting our people to be victimized. Could you imagine that? Of course not. Now we see this bitch is the same kind of bitch that would be standing out there waving on the invasion by the Moroccans and then gang raped. And you know what? If I came across it and I knew you were an anti-white pig, I wouldn't do a fucking thing. No way. You can have your cake and be eaten by it too. Fucking disgusting. High Speed Drifter says the cartoon character name for your character for the voice I was doing could be, quote, as long as they're legal, the loser. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so Sunshine says it's a brand new little girl. It's a daughter of the West. Lambda's sister doesn't like you having a white baby girl unless you plan on teaching her to be anti-white and to biologically white erase our people. So Lambda's sister's not for that, but we are for that. We are for that little girl being loved and being taught the concepts from Go Free so that she can be inoculated against anti-whiteism, because the kind of world that she's going to grow up in is going to be determined by what we're doing right now. That's the reality of it. The kind of world that she's going to grow up in, where is she going to be able to walk the street with her own pram, with her own beautiful little white baby in it? Or is she going to have to hide in her home because 60,000 Moroccan savages who were just let out of prison, anti-white, are running the streets looking for rape victims? Or like where was it? And was that, God, what city was that? Where I showed you the police and the blacks shooting each other like it was in Vietnam. Hiding in her house because that's going on outside. So what we're doing is going to determine the kind of world she is going to live in. Lambda's sister would like it to be more anti-white. She would like it to be more anti-whites from around the world, non-white anti-whites, doing what they do from their countries of origin. More of the anti-white blacks roaming the streets in wild shootouts. She wants that for your little girl. Chadistan says, I had to call a family friend out last night after she said, quote, I was around so many racist white women, close quote. I corrected her and said, they are anti-non-white, and what does their race matter? Good on Chadistan. Henry is saying, people are saying she's Jewish in the video because they are fucking retards. And I mean that clinically. I mean, like, their IQs are like 75 because they are sub-white goblins. That's why. That's everything for these losers. I wish I had a bullet for everyone. I wish I had a bullet for everyone because I'd have no bullets. They'd all be used. Over these decades, I cannot tell you how many times I have had degenerate white garbage say to me in every single case of anti-whiteism, you know what, I think it's a Jew. Just these fucking losers. It's anti-whiteism. It's anti-white. You know, there were numerous cases too over the years where these degenerate sub-white goblins said to me, you know, I think it's a Jew. That person's a Jew. And then I went and looked and proved that they weren't a Jew, that they were white. And then they would say, oh, it's a crypto Jew then. Yeah, that's what it is. It's one of them crypto Jews. It's one of them goy worshiping Jews. Shut the fuck up. God damn. The white race. God damn. That must drive you insane, Henry. To hear idiots say shit like that. Like, and then that's it. They stop thinking. That's the end of the conversation. No matter what's happening. You have, I swear to God, it's been like 1,000 cases where a judge decides X, Y, or Z that harms the white race. And I want to talk about the anti-whiteism and how to address it. And they want to say, that's a Jew. And then they move on to the next subject. He says, either way should be catapulted out of the country. Yes. Yes. Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, since the white race is the only one that we can address, we can't address the other races' behaviors until we are a people. Then all of these people that they're going to say, oh, it's a Jew, is a white person. We've got to address the anti-whiteism in us. Address the anti-whiteism in us. Bottom line. But yes, she should be put on a catapult and fired for some great distance after being tried, found guilty of treason. Stumbling is with us. Good to see you. He says, Jason, Logan Dawes says, can you do the Terminator voice? I want to hear your inner Arnold. I don't really recall. How does he do the Terminator? I'll have to find a line from the Terminator to say in the Arnold voice. Catapult her into the Congo. All right, we got to keep rolling. Anti-white, pig, white female. Here's more. Once again. Breaking into that was inevitable. They're hungry. They got it. They don't need the bathroom though, because I understood reading that they were just relieving themselves, both ends, out in the open. The white females can learn to enjoy that too. Oh, here is after they were setting cars on fire. Something for the anti-white. And people would go to anti-whites and say, what, are you happy now? Cucks would. Are you happy now? Are you happy now? And they're going to say, yes, yes. This system needs to be shaken up. This system needs to be broken so that we can have equality. Yeah, they're happy about it. Some more good footage of them coming over. One white guy let off the trigger. No willpower. Certain execution at the hands of the government because of the social morality of anti-whiteism. The idiot here calling them migrants, anti-white invaders, are apparently stabbing locals with screwdrivers that they get their hands on. So some of the locals decided to get some blackjacks, some batons, and to go out there and do battle with them. Civilians wielding batons are trying to fight them back. Guess what? You're going to lose. You're going to lose. The American gun nuts are going to say, oh, I'll go out there and
I'll take them on. I got 70 trillion rounds up in there, and they're not going to come up on my property. Don't care if they rape my neighbors, but they're not coming up on my property. I'll stand them. I'm a one-man line at 375 pounds and deep case of diabetes. One-man line. Yeah, and the moment you get out there and start shooting at, first of all, very unlikely you're going to do that. Secondly, most likely you're going to be like the white guy and his wife that walked out there with the firearms and you just stand there. Secondly, the moment you shoot them, the feds are going to come up and kill you. The local police will come and kill you. Oh, look at that. No way. No way. You're going to have a handful of guys from town. You want to go out there and meet the 60,000 in baton combat? They've got screwdrivers. And the police and government, the local government and the federal government are against us. No, that's why that doesn't happen. That's why nothing changes when people talk about that. Mestizo Carf is with us. Good to see you. Winged Productions is here. Good to see you. He says, it's been a while since I've heard you sing. Do you know the lyrics to Stevie Wonder's Isn't She Lovely? No, I don't. I'll have to learn that one to sing it just for you, my brother. Isn't She Lovely is now going to be a song I'm going to have to learn. Stevie Wonder's for Mestizo Carf. Yep, I'm afraid I don't know. Isn't She Lovely? I wonder what I'm going to have to keep rolling, but I wonder what if I look at the lyrics, I'll remember if I've ever heard it. Maybe the tune will come back. No, I don't know if I've ever heard it. At least the lyrics are not striking me as memorable. But I will learn it for our brother Mestizo Carf. Slaltz is here. Do the Arnold voice with helium for $5. He's remembering Collet. He had an audience member who wanted me to eat helium and then talk. And I said, absolutely not. Because I had balloons in the room. And afterward, Collet is like, from now on, we're going to take the money and I said, are you kidding me? I'm absolutely not doing that. But I didn't get any of the money. He got all the money. I didn't take any of the money. I did that for charity. I did that for our people. I wasn't going to take any money from this guy who had a wife and a kid, or didn't have a kid yet, but he was working on it. And then he did. So yeah, he was like, I'm going to dance around like a clown. I don't think so. Celine says, I need to be a voice actor. They would never have me. White man? No. No. I would have to be in if I were going to be a white guy and have any hope at getting hired for anything like that, I would have to be radically anti-white and openly gay. And then there would be a chance. I'm a veteran of the Battle of Mountain Dew. Right, stumbling. All right. So you don't want to go out there and battle them because you could have this happen. This Spaniard died after being hit in the throat. I'm not going to show the video. After being hit in the throat by an anti-white terrorist invader. Street brawl.
And the Spaniards got out there with, some of them had batons and things. And as you know, some of the anti-white invaders had screwdrivers that they were stabbing with. This guy got punched in the throat and killed him. Media has been disabled. Oh, that's a shame. What happened on this video here, migrant anti-white terrorists, explains how and why they kill women on the boats. So this was one of the anti-white terrorists, invaders, and he was talking about how females on the boats, if they have big eyes, then that means they can see in the dark, and then that means that they're a witch. And so they've got two methods for dealing with the witches, and that is to either tie them up so that they starve to death, or they throw them into the ocean to kill them. So that's how they handle the witches. Interesting how it's a copyright. So the people who did the interview pulled it down. But so that's what the guy's like, matter-of-factly speaking in his broken English. They're asking about the voyage and coming over and what it's like, and absolutely monstrous. And they ask what happens in the camps once you get into the European countries, and they say, well, we don't. There's no working. There's just eating and sleeping. They give us food, and we eat and we sleep. And then we're allowed to go out during the day and we do whatever we want. And then we come back at night and sleep. And sometimes people try to come into the sleeping areas with weapons, and the European authorities stop them from bringing the weapons in at nighttime so that we can have a good rest. And then we get up the next day, we eat breakfast, and we go and do it all over again. And then they got into the conversation about how do you handle females and on the boats when you're invading a white Western country. And that's when he shared what he shared. Nice people. What happened in Spain's border is exactly what Democrats want to happen in America. That's exactly what they were doing. Fed up Spaniards lash out at socialist prime minister after a migrant invasion. A third world country. Outraged Spaniards lashed out at the socialist prime minister, at the anti-white prime minister, Pedro Sanchez, for turning the country into a third world hellhole overrun with anti-white invaders. I'm translating. Furious locals booed Sanchez and dubbed him a son of a bitch as he arrived Friday. It warms my heart to know that wherever white people are, you could be in Virginia, you could be in Spain, and you know to call the opposition a son of a bitch. North African enclave of Ceuta, the day after the unprecedented 60,000 anti-white invaders flooded in from neighboring Morocco. Everybody hates him, a 21-year-old Spanish-Italian entrepreneur who is studying in upstate New York told the Post. Everybody hates him. But you can't do anything about it because you're not addressing the social morality. Do you think it's normal that people have to barbed wire the terrace of their apartments? We're talking about Spain. Now it looks like a third world country, he fumed. The student, who did not want to be identified because of the anti-white morality, added that his grandparents in a mainland city think the situation is an absolute disgrace. They've told me Spain has gotten out of control. Here's the anti-white son of a bitch. I mean, we're giving passports and residency to people who are illegally coming over. Who cares whether it's legal or illegal? Coming in with criminal backgrounds and diseases. Actually, who cares? Their presence is white erasure. I would love to be able to go to Spain and see white people and see our spectacular Western civilization on display, the Spanish hue of it. In fact, I would like to go to the different provinces or states, whatever they have in Spain, and see each little different hue of Western civilization in each part of it. But what am I going to see? White erasure. I'm going to be surrounded by people from all around the world that are not my brothers and sisters in biospirit. People who are very different, who live very different, who create very different environments. You know where I don't want to go? Morocco. I don't want to go to Ethiopia. I don't want to go to Niger. I don't want to go to Algeria. I don't want to go to Libya. I don't want to see any of these motherfuckers. If I wanted to see them, I would go to those countries. Lambda's sister. I don't want my country, our countries, to be white erased, to look like those places. Santiago, 20 years old, moved to New Jersey from Madrid with his parents before starting high school, told the Post he couldn't be happier living in the U.S., especially after seeing the invasion of Ceuta on TV. I tell many people that I never feel less safe anywhere in the U.S. than I do in Spain. Any city in the U.S. is safer than Spain. Imagine that. But once again, if we're a people, it doesn't matter how small our percentage is, because then our norms are enforced. Never forget what so many of our brothers and sisters in South Africa have said, and Hans highlighted, that you can go all the way back a generation when our people were a tiny fraction of the overall population of South Africa, and it was still safe. It was safe because we had the echo of a incipient peoplehood, which is what happens across the West or across the world when the white race moves someplace. But we never instantiate, we never concretize, we never realize peoplehood. We never articulate it and project it into being. So you could have 10% of the population wandering around that's white and be completely safe. All of the blacks being so polite. Or you could have environments where whole cities are full of white people, whole towns are full of white people, and yet tiny numbers of other groups of people push the whites around, and the whites do nothing. They throw up their hands and they surrender. They're deferential, even to gang rapes, even to murders, pickpocketing, etc. Spain installs floating barrier as death toll from migrant invasion hits 67. So anti-white invasion. The death toll climbed to 67, not enough. And at least 70 were arrested. Whoa, who cares? Estimated, this is now saying 50 of 60,000 anti-white invaders flooded into the tiny Spanish enclave during the crisis that began Thursday, overwhelming authorities. Some of the anti-white invaders drowned, good, in the Mediterranean Sea, while others were killed in a deadly crush by their countrymen, good, prompting Spain to declare a national emergency. So if the anti-white invaders are harmed, that's a national emergency. The military has to get down there and quell things and not let any more of the non-whites get harmed or killed. The proper environment should be one in which a white person's harmed. Okay, anybody who did this, if group invading like this and a white person gets killed on top of that, there's going to be mass executions. So the Navy installed a pneumatic barrier between the beach in Ceuta and Morocco. What I want to know is why wouldn't let me just rephrase this. Spain should respond militarily to Morocco. That's what should happen. Death toll in Ceuta crisis rises. So many articles on this. Bottom line is it's anti-whiteism. And we defeat it with the Go Free practice. after days of chaos and streets packed with people who had hoped for a better life in Spain. Residents of Ceuta woke up Saturday so that's what they want. They just want a better life. This is Breitbart too. They just want a better life. I don't give a fuck. Go make a better life in your country. You're not going to take from me and my better life. You're not going to take from me and what my ancestors have built and created. I have every right to inherit, just like I have every right to bequeath to whom I want that creation, that production to go. Every single right. I don't care. They can have a better life in their country. Why has this ever been? This only works because white people have been white guilted. This only works because we're like, yeah, we should suffer so that they could have a better life. No, absolutely not. Not at my expense. Not at the expense of my people. Not at the expense of my neighborhoods. Not at the expense of my description and definition and understanding of my environment and my countries and our destiny. Not at the expense of any of that. Anti-whites would never accept that white people just want a better life, and that's why they are moving to a non-white country and divesting the people of the non-white country. I just want a better life. So that's why I moved to Nicaragua and bought up thousands of acres and pushed all the non-whites off of those acres and whatever, so that I could start farming down there, then be the rich white man. The anti-whites would never say, yeah, well, that makes perfect sense, that direction too. Because I'm going to keep it even all the way across. It's just about having a better life. No, they want to take away my life. They want to take away my destiny, because that's what we see generationally. Now they say, when they first were coming in droves under Reagan, they were first coming in droves under Reagan, all the anti-whites were saying, well, they just want a better life. They just want to get away from all of the violence and poverty that their biospirit creates. Oh, wonderful. So they're going to bring it to my environment. Great. And they're not going to be any problem whatsoever to you, except once here, we've now seen they vote for more of their biospirit. They vote for more of their norms. They white erase our norms. The criminality increases to reflect the place whence they came. And they vote for more of their people to be brought in. So there's no more arguing that people are fungible and they just want to show up and be another fungible economic commodity that's going to show up for a better, safer environment in what you create, the better, safer environment. Another fascinating subject, isn't it? That they'll claim how evil the white race is and how hard we are on non-white people, at the same time arguing that the non-white people want to come here for a better life. Which is it? Well, of course, it's both, because both end up with anti-white outcomes in those deceitful arguments. Demographics is destiny. Absolutely. You fill Spain with non-white people, and you have a non-white country. That's the bottom line. You fill Germany with non-white people, and you have a non-white country. It's no longer Germany. It no longer has the civility of the white race. It no longer has the religion and religious worship, civil tolerance, civility, economy, etc. of the white race. It no longer has the relationships between man and woman and parents and children, adults and children, people and animals of the white race. It now reflects the new people that are in place. And we see that everywhere that white people have been white erased in our own civilization. You don't go to the Puerto Rican neighborhoods and see France, do you? No, you don't go to Southeast DC and see Western civilization with a bunch of, instead of whites, though, it's blacks. It's a bunch of blacks walking around like it's 1920s San Francisco, and everybody is polite and in their beautiful attire, and they're like, good day, sir. Hello to you, madam, and good day. Shall I open the door for you? And you see, and the cars are all politely going around. Everything is kept. Every black person's walking along, and they see a piece of litter, and they practically have to. They all bend over at the same time to pick it up. And then they're like, after you, sir. No, after you, sir. And they just happen to be black. Why doesn't it happen, Lambda's sister? Why doesn't it happen? Because we're not the same. Because there are bio-spiritual differences, bitch. Dumb bitch. That's why. Once again, Sean says, you nailed it. They're trying to escape what their biospirit creates. That is profound. Precisely. Yes, sir. Trying to escape what their biospirit creates. All righty. We are going to take a very brief break. We're going to listen to some Shannon Oliver, I think I have on deck here. Then we're going to come back for our celebrations, and I'll be right back.
White resentment sphere, engagement farmer, taboo grifters, SPLC operators, ADL collaborator, villain role, subverters. Anti-non-white does not unite. White resentment is flawed foundation. Controlled containment operations. No white guilt, now explain. Tell us how our biospirit hurts you. We flip the frame. White well-being focus. Love our people to sustain. White well-being. Magic. Na 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 na. Conversation cocks avoid reveals them cowards at their station. The demand to end our victimization unifies the people in all our nations. No white guilt, now explain. Tell us how our biospirit hurts you. Flip the frame. White well-being focus. Love our people to sustain. White well-being. Magic. Stripped of villain narratives, forced to meet us on our terrain. Slurs the proof of white disdain by a head in shame. We flip the frame. On the schmucks, the grifters, rent-seeking dregs get shuffled to the rear. When heroes rise to defend our people without white guilt or fear. No white guilt, now explain. Tell us how our biospirit hurts you. We flip the frame. White well-being focus. Love our people to sustain. White well-being. Magic. Live stream OG. No white guilt. guilt celebration. West Coast shade, gum tree, go free. Stop or smash, Professor Hands, the Godfather, Giant Archbishop, Blue Flame, flip the frame, cool Papa, magic. Anglo-Saxon, Southern Bloom, Serene, Celine, Huggable, Ivan, 007, Diplomat, White Wellbeing, Dude, Bromo, Medine, Danger, School of the West, Trailblazer, go free, White Wellbeing, flip the frame. Anti-non-white does not unite. Cocks, schmucks, grifters, drags, white, resentments, fear, bow your head in shame. How our biospirit hurts you. We flip the frame. White well-being, focus. Love our people to sustain. White well-being, magic. Rise up bright, we're light in the sky. Hearts on fire, we'll never say die. Scream it loud, the heavens ignite. We're burning strong, yeah, we're super wide. Riding into the night. We ready to fight.
Let's do these celebrations, ladies and gentlemen. As the crowd cheers, this is the swashbuckling announcement celebrating our champions. We begin right now. Let me know that you can hear me okay. It looked like there was a little glitch, but maybe there wasn't. We'll continue. And we'll begin with the heroes here. Raucous emojis. Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen, on Facebook. This is the first part of what this champion shared. Here's the rest of it. And he liberated 748 people. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. What a champion. What a freaking hero. Introducing the lexical dialectical power and armory of Go Free. Here he is again. Anglo-Saxon NWG on Facebook. Again, this is the top part of the message. Beautiful meme. Well done. Excellent. And then we come here to the, look at that. NoWhiteGuilt.org. Love it. 740 more people gave likes to this. Exposed to the Go Free dialogic. Give some true love and salutes to Anglo-Saxon NWG. Scottness is saying, great song. It was a Shannon Oliver song. And it was only about 2/3 of the way through. It had a lot more to go, but we had to keep going, getting these celebrations. It is indeed a great song. Let's keep it going. Anglo-Saxon NWG on Facebook again. 413 more people. He is lighting up the scoreboard with Facebook so hard. Ladies and gentlemen, is the Anglo-Saxon NWG champion of the House of Swash. We'll keep it going. Yeah, get this man some live emojis on the screen there if you got them. Live emojis as well. Anglo-Saxon NWG on Facebook yet again. 870 more likes, ladies and gentlemen. 178 shares with this absolutely powerful meme and verbiage. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon. What a freaking champion this guy is. We'll keep it rolling here. Anglo-Saxon NWG once again on Facebook. Look at this. 253 more. I love the meme. I love the end anti-whiteism. So powerful. Well done to this champion. Anglo-Saxon NWG on Facebook yet again. 319 more. Souls saved by Anglo-Saxon NWG on Facebook. Anglo-Saxon NWG on Facebook. 2.2 thousand more. 2.2 thousand more. Powerful meme. 2.2 thousand more equipped with the tools to liberate our people. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon, please. NWG. Here he is on Instagram. Facebook is not the only place he swashes, but he's on Instagram swashing as well as other platforms. 3,512. Who else is fed up with anti-whiteism? 3,512 exposed to the lexicon of Go Free. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Keep it going. 1,530 more. The scoreboard is on fire. It's in fuego. Who else is fed up with anti-whiteism? 1,530 more. Powerfully done by the Anglo-Saxon NWG King. 2,748 more. All of this, folks, what you're seeing is just 1 week's worth, and it's not even all of it. It's just what we can get together to celebrate. 2,748 more empowered by Anglo-Saxon NWG. Here you have 298 empowered, and then 11 more, and then 555 more, all empowered by Anglo-Saxon NWG. What a heroes really distinguish themselves, don't they? Powerfully done. Give this man some love, folks. Give him some love. Chad Crowley here, 10.6 thousand using white erasure. We need to get him away from great replacement, but we do like white erasure. Chad, it's white erasure. 10.6 thousand people exposed. Give it up for Chad Crowley. Let's keep it going. This is found in the wild by, is that Marcus on the O team? Samuel. He found this in the wild. Anti-white slurs, says here. And then anti-white, only people arrested for anti-white slurs. Thank you so much, Brother Samuel from the House of Swash. OT in the house. Well done. Good find. And that's the praxis, ladies and gentlemen. That's how it ends up happening. Anti-white slurs. We're the only community. Oh, we got this coming up. And we have Scott here. This is also found in the wild on Facebook. That same meme that Anglo-Saxon was using, snatched and shared 114 more people exposed to the power of Go Free. Let's give it up for Scott in the wild. James, ladies and gentlemen, it's our very own James, working on 3,000 people empowered this week. White labeling is something the anti-whites have been doing for decades, cooking the books like this. Give it up for James, ladies and gentlemen. Solo activist for white well-being, swashing like a total champion. Swashing like he's on a white steed. And has just ridden in from the darkness to save us. Well done, brother. Well done. Oh, we got this coming up. Oh, we got that coming up. And this coming up. And what do we have here? TM? Is this on Farragut Fox? TM. 1,263 empowered. She knows that. She's just anti-white and wants Wisconsin to be less white. Give it up for TM, the House of Swash. Ladies and gentlemen, 1,263 to the credit of TM just this week. Again, 8,701 more to the credit of TM on Manga Lawyer, it looks like it says. Manga Lawyer. Give it up for TM. Epic meme usage. Well done, my brother. Well done. TM rocking it. Likes, tons of likes as well. We did that, ladies and gentlemen. Never forget it. And we're going to thank right now Biospirit of the West, the Nameless One, Diplomat for Western Kind, the Ivan, the Franklin, the Justin, the McDaniel, and the Robert. All swashed on Donald Trump Jr. this week. And it's a consequence of swashing on Donald Trump Jr., although I know he can be a little intransigent and uncool and awkward. But it was by way of swashing on the number one son of Donald Trump that we made this happen. You're looking at on your screen. Let's give it up. 07's raucous emojis for all of these heroes. Let's keep it going. For big thanks to Wes Franklin and Anglo-Saxon NWG and all those who help them find a fraction of our victories each and every week so that we can share the receipts of the work we're doing and then not be denied by the sub-white goblins out there that want to take credit for the work that we do. It is, of course, the first Sunday of the week. which means that we are going to celebrate our honors roll call participants. Those are people who financially gift monthly without giving any thought to it. It just automatically happens. Subscribe Star is a great option for that. And another option is Gumroad. And then eventually, also Buy Me a Coffee might be an option for that. We shall see. But I think that's an option I think I can set up. But let's begin in the celebration of the honors roll call by celebrating these people who provide, everyone who financially gifts, the liquid that we need to continue to do what we do here in service to White Wellbeing. We begin with the all-stars of the honors roll call, and the all-star of all the all-stars, it looks like, is Promethean Healing. The number one, ladies and gentlemen, all-star of the all-stars at the very top is Promethean Healing. Show him the love. Show him the big love. Let's continue with the rest of the all-stars. We have Marie Curie. Let's hear it. Let's hear it for Marie Curie, another one of the all-stars. Let's hear it for Western Sunrise, another all-star in the honors roll call. Thank you so very much. Let's keep it going to Defeat Deceit, another one of the all-stars on the honors roll call. And brother, I sent you a message on Subscribe Star. Check it out and see if you can see the message I sent. Thank you so much. That is Defeat Deceit on the honors roll call in the all-stars segment. And rounding out the top of the all-stars of the honors roll call are Joseph. Let's hear it for Joseph. Raucous emojis in celebration. And finally, in the all-star segment is Greg. Thank you so much, Greg. Those are the all-stars, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you give them extra salutes of the honors roll call. And then wrapping up with the rest of the honors roll call, we have Southern Bloom. Thank you so much. Southern Bloom, been very busy this past month, and we'll celebrate you again in a moment. We also have King Petrus. Let's celebrate King Petrus honors roll call. We have 170 and some more numbers on the honors roll call. Thank you so much. Gana, thank you for being on the honors roll call. Pappy the Wanderer is there. Thank you so much. Keep It White is on there, as well as Tiniest Squeesh and Mark, all on the honors roll call. Thank you so much, my brothers and sisters. We have Oldman here, ladies and gentlemen, on the honors roll call, along with your LG and Earth Mother. Let's hear it for the totality. If I missed your name, make sure you reach out to me. Let me know that you are financially gifting monthly and that I did not read your name or the name that you're using for the purpose of financially gifting on a regular monthly basis, automatically, not thinking about it. And I deeply appreciate that. Big Promethean salutes to all of these heroes. Thank you so very much. Let's continue. We want to celebrate Hank, who this past week had an IRL victory in conversation with two guys who are connected with Steven Crowder. And they were most amenable to the lexicon. So big salutes for Hank and that victory. That's totally epic, my brother. Well done. Well done. Let's also hear it for Southern Bloom. As I said, we will be celebrating the Bloomster once again, Southern Bloom. This past month, she had her White History Celebration Month, and every day she dutifully posted another champion of the West. She did a magnificent job. Let's show her the love and let her know that we really appreciate all her work in service to White Wellbeing. Thank you so much, Southern Bloom. Let's keep it going now for the rest of our victories. We have here on X, Justin McDaniel, 31.1 thousand exposed to the lexicon in the audience of Inevitable West by the great Justin McDaniel. Show the man some love, ladies and gentlemen. 31,000 this one post alone. You see how much good you could do. Way of the World himself, we're going to be honoring again this week. 14,000 on his original post. He says here, even when a Muslim immigrant commits murder, as the audience takes a breath, white Christian men are somehow to blame. Anti-whiteism will put an end to us all if it is not destroyed. He even spells it properly. That warrants extra love. That warrants extra love, extra raucous emojis for Way of the World. Let him know how much we love him. Let him hear you scream from whatever country you're in to whatever country he lives in now. Well done, brother. You're absolutely right. And effectively in this clip is this anti-white pig in Germany who heard about the anti-white porno march and that there was a car that drove through a terrorist act. And she said she hoped it was a white man that had done it. And it didn't, of course, end up being that. Let's continue. Well done, Way of the World. Hank is here, ladies and gentlemen, just celebrating him 2,347 souls that he rounded up this week for redemption. Anti-white, and this is his original post. Show the love to Hank Teach. We'll keep it going. Biospirit of the West, the OT leader, ladies and gentlemen, 3,476 points. Go right onto the scoreboard. Epic meme. I love this meme. Really gets in your face, doesn't it? And this in the audience of Wall Street Apes. Well done, Biospirit of the West. We keep it going. Biospirit of the West back again. He said 4,688 more to my name, Jason. In the audience of End Wokeness, give it up for Biospirit of the West, the OT leader. Captain Flower is his name. 2,365 more souls saved in the audience of Matt Walsh by the one and only General of the House of Swash, Biospirit of the West. We're keeping it going. Biospirit of the West back again. 2,276 empowered, exposed to go free in the audience of Amiri King. Give it up for the great Biospirit of the West. Absolutely unstoppable this week. 2,233 more points. This is how you put points on the board, ladies and gentlemen, one right after the other. This time in the audience of Rupert Lowe, who once again just made a video about the demographics in the UK. Are we having something to do with that? We absolutely are. Well done, Biospirit of the West of the House of Swat. Janitor is on the board. He said, I'm getting on the board this week, bro. 2,124 he exposes with this beautiful, totally epic meme GIF, actually. Well done. This in the audience of Elon Musk. Elon is getting it, and he's going to continue getting it. Justin McDaniel, 1,754 more. He said, I scored once at the beginning, coach. I'm back again. Put me on the field. This in the audience of Europa.com. Give it up for Justin. I'm loving it. Joshua Lysick, anti-whites, he says. Nearly 3,000 exposed. Tree Godfather, Ancestral Worth is there. In support. Well done, champions. Give it up for Joshua. We'll keep it going. Jack Posobiec working on 100,000 with this right here. The anti-whites, spelled properly, in America are looking at Spain and getting ideas for 2027 if they win Congress. 100,000 exposed. Thanks to Jack Posobiec. Let him know that we love and appreciate him. And there you can see is the great Justin McDaniel from the House of Swash in support. The Tree Godfather, the Ancestral Wolf, the Franklinator, the House of Swash. We are everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We actually are. And we're changing the world. Justin back again, this time with nearly 10,000 more points. People exposed to go free. Just this week in the audience of Matt Walsh, different post this time. Give it up for the General of the House of Swash, Justin. We'll keep it going. Southern Bloom said, I am going to be all over the victories this week in various ways, manifold ways, working on 30,000 people empowered with the beautiful memeage here. Great verbiage. In the audience of Paul Golding. Give it up for Southern Bloom. Well done. Keeping it going for the Tree Godfather. Comes in exposing 5,379 people this week with just this epic memeage in the audience of Elon Musk. Diplomat for Western Kind. 9,042 people he empowers in the audience of Jack Posobiec. You want to know how Jack... You want to know how Joshua, you want to know how all these people, Mark Dice, end up using the lexicon and empowering our population the world over? It's because of the House of Swash. Never forget it. I'm going to build an actual building to be the House of Swash. Diplomat for Western Kind back again, 2,862 more with this post in the audience of RTN. Let's give it up for Diplomat for Western Kind, total epic swashbuckling champion. Joshua Lysick back again, anti-whites, he writes. 18,000 people with his original post right here, exposed to the lexicon. Give it up for Joshua. God bless you, sir. Keeping it going, Joshua back again, anti-whites. 1,273 more exposed. Ancestral Wolf in full support. God bless the Ancestral Wolf, the House of Swash. Give it up for Joshua and the whole House of Swash. Jack Posobiec back again, ladies and gentlemen, working on 700,000 exposed just this week with this one post. He doesn't spell it right here, anti-white, but he does most of the time. The anti-white hate is off the charts. Give it up for Jack Posobiec. Big Promethean salutes to this hero. Anglo-Saxon and WG in support. Tree Godfather in support. Diplomat for Western Kind in support. Daniel, House of Swash there in support. This is how it's happening because of the House of Swash. Joshua back again, anti-whites. He spells it right for another 17.3 thousand views. Give it up for Joshua Lysick, ladies and gentlemen, in his original post. God bless you, sir. Again, this time 1,665 anti-white spelled right. Anti-White Vilification League in support. Give it up for Anti-White Vilification, or Anti-Vilification League, I'm sorry. League from Down Under, our champion Down Under. Give it up for him as well. In support, the House of Swash cannot be stopped. Well done. Jack Posobiec says, I'll tack on another 95,000 views. Where did he learn that anti-white slur? What did you say? Anti-white slur? It's kind of like Jack is being love-bombed by the House of Swash and being empowered. Being empowered, he's putting on the Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's what we're going to have to do. The Arnold Schwarzenegger muscles from Go Free. Another 95,000, ladies and gentlemen, to the credit of Jack Posobiec. He ain't done, though. 354,000 more just this week. Leading candidate for Wisconsin Governor, Francesca Hong, anti-white tweets. Spells it right here. Anti-white slurs he uses. Again, holy God. Jack Posobiec. I'm going to pick this guy up and carry him around on my shoulders on the field. Give it up for the House of Swash, who's been swashing on Jack, and Jack for being moral enough to take up the truth, use the truth, speak the truth. Big Promethean salutes to Jack Posobiec. You're doing a world of good, my brother. 300,000 more just this week to Jack Posobiec's credit. I mean, my God, can we get this guy an award? What's happening in Suta is what they want for every white country. They focus on us, ladies and gentlemen. That's a dialectic of Go Free, focusing on us rather than on others. And you have the celebrate the Ivan Zehagabul, who is in support of Jack Posobiec here of the House of Swash. Ivan is a most prolific and epic gentleman. Celebrate both of these heroes. Anglo-Saxon and WG said, I'm here, I'm there, I am everywhere. 2,626 more people exposed to the lexicon of Go Free. I love it. Anti-whiteism is driven by jealousy and envy. Pithy, powerful. I love this meme too. Isn't it epic? In the audience of Jack Posobiec. Wonder how he started using.
You guys didn't do it. Jack Posobiec did it. I was the first guy. I think Jack Posobiec made it up, and you guys are just imitators.
Plains, ladies and gentlemen, partisan from the wild. This is the praxis, feeding back on the praxis as a result of the practice. Give it up for this from the wild usage right here of anti-whiteism. I would like it without the hyphen, but is it headed in the right direction? Give it up for Biospirit of the West being in support. We are everywhere. We are everywhere. Keep it going for the Tree Godfather. 1,752 more that he empowered this week with the Go Free Dialogic in the audience of Libs of TikTok. Maybe one of these days she'll get wise. 395. So 400 people empowered in the wild by Nip. Is that Nape Higgs? Look at this memeage right here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This memeage is beautiful. Well done to this champion in the wild. The praxis feeds back on the practice. Biospirit of the West back again. 2,236 more souls saved. Go to the credit of this gentleman in the audience of Matt Walsh. Tone from the Wild in the audience of Katie Miller puts up a score of 256, empowered with the Go Free Dialogic by the use of this beautiful meme. Look at the power. Look at the power. Give it up for Tone from the Wild. We have this, ladies and gentlemen. It's Anti-Whites of X. Facing anti-whiteism, one of the practices you learn in Go Free. He's back at it again. He's at another bank. He says you can see right after the 3-minute mark where he taps the page with his finger that something clicked in this white man's brain. Westmen everywhere are ready to address our people's victimization, but it's on real advocates to get out there and seize every opportunity. This is Anti-Whites of X is a colossal god king from the House of Swash. We have to increase the size of the door so that he can come and go because he's such a colossal god king. He's going to banks, he's going to credit unions, and he's asking to give some feedback to the tellers, and he has a conversation about the bank's anti-whiteism. I shared with you about the old-timer that immediately said, oh my God, was he immediately arrested? No, old-timer, it's the exact opposite. And you see in this video, it's at the top of my X account. Check it out. Watch it for yourself. That this teller is putting 2 and 2 together. This is anti-white. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how we recapture our destiny. Give this man colossal love. Anti-Whites of X, you could take the practice into the real world. We do and have nothing but victories. Never, ever, ever forget it. We'll keep it going, ladies and gentlemen, because we have a couple of videos. We have... is this Haryana? Haryana and several thousand views in this video right here.
And that Amari is dark skinned. There are people that are saying that Amari is brown skinned. There are people who are saying that Amari is light skinned. But one thing I've noticed with pretty much all of this discourse is that Amari has 2 black parents. Amanda Stenberg does not. I'm pretty sure Amanda Stenberg's daddy is white. They're not black. And this is something that I feel like a lot of people don't seem to truly understand, because somebody was being a smart ass with me on Threads when I had brought this up, where I was talking about how, black erasure is real in Hollywood, and it is up to...
We reach everywhere, even to a black female, wherever this black female is, with her bonnet on, to protect her braids or whatever that is, her weaves. And there we are, black erasure. No one else could have done this.
To the actors to step in and, address this and do something about that. Because I noticed that this discourse has unfortunately started with the Amazing Digital Circus. I'm going to say pretty much my point about the Amazing Digital Circus is going to be the same about my point that has to do with Amanda Stenberg and the Children of Blood and Bone. I'm going to talk about the circus first, and then I'm going to bring this back around to Amanda, and then...
All right, celebrate, ladies and gentlemen, our concepts, putting these people in our story. They said it couldn't be done, but we keep doing it. We have Lee Flitt here, 2,000 plus views.
Dial back the time and everything gets better because the West becomes less anti-white, less white erase. This is when nostalgia comes from. We drive dial back the time and everything gets better because the West becomes less anti-white, less white erase. This is when nostalgia comes.
The West becomes less anti-white, less white erase.
We drive fear from our surroundings. I think it's I think really what it is that it goes back to a time when race didn't matter. Our differences didn't matter that much.
Let's celebrate, ladies and gentlemen, the promulgation of the lexicon because of our work here, because of your hard efforts. is putting the world in our story. That is the victory of victories. We have 2 more videos. We have Metatron, 40,000 views.
Okay.
The power and influence of Athena is central to the story. This is unbelievable, guys. I swear, Hollywoods are enemies to the people. First and foremost, the Greek people. They hate you. But in general, to everything, to the truth, to facts, to logics, it is just a propaganda machine of lies to delete and erase white people and men and Christians. This is what Hollywood is.
And then do you lean forward and look at him like that?
Yes, like.
Yes, of course.
Remember us? I'll be like.
Unbelievable. I am disgusted. I am disgusted by this woman now. I'm disgusted by this woman. I'll never stop. I will never stop. I see occasionally some people that are trying to shame me in the comments. Oh, why another video? Yeah, another video. I'm not going to stop. I'm never going to stop because
we will continue to support and swash on Metatron, ladies and gentlemen. White erasure, that is exactly what's happening, brother. And you keep talking like that, and that will liberate our people. We've got one more. This is Sam Tyler, ladies and gentlemen. 209,000 views.
Stuff here. I got my favorite hat here. Make Asians great again. Asian positivity, let's go. Self-love.
What did he say? I got to turn back my applause. We got to quiet the applause a little bit. Let's see again.
I got my stuff here. I got my favorite hat here. Make Asians great again. Asian positivity, let's go.
Oh,
Self-love.
yes. 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 I don't know if you heard it. He said Asian positivity. Oh, my God. What an absolute victory, ladies and gentlemen. We did that. You did that. And we will be right back. Lightning has struck. And this community is a self-moving machine that can never be stopped now. Never be stopped. It's fulfilled. The prophecy is fulfilled. The white race will be a people again.
Like in the mouth, when you say my name, your feet on fear. Like it's all a game, I wear my scars. Like a chain of fire, every wound you made just built me higher. And I know the shape of coming storm. I heard your steps in the walls and the floor. You can circle slow, you can take pretend. I don't break easy, I just bend. And this is it. Take your shot, and this is it. I'm not lost, and this is it. Feel me right.
Let's get to these financial gifts, shall we? Keep those applause going for someone who over here on Buy Me a Coffee financially gifted $25. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for someone. Big salutes, $25. And this was actually a couple days ago, but it came in late for me, and we didn't get a chance to celebrate. Someone, you know who you are, someone, $25. God bless you. Big salutes to you. And did we get a couple of days ago? Did we get Hyperborean Dream? I think we did. Hyperborean. Did we celebrate your $25? $25 a couple of days ago from Hyperborean Dream. Big salutes to that hero. God bless you, man. Let's keep it going and celebrate Dude Bro Moment, who I don't know if he's here yet, but we know he will be. Dude Bro Moment, ladies and gentlemen, $50 for White Wellbeing, this hero. Let's give it up. 007s. Let's find the dude bro moment. I don't know. Let's get him some wonderful animals. Animals, or what maybe seals or something, to worship the great dude bro moment. Big love for the dude bro moment. $50. And he will write for White Wellbeing. He is here. And let's also give it up for Corey. Corey, who's in the house. $50 from Double Shift Corey. $50 from Double Shift himself, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes to you. 007, show the man some love. He says, stay strong, White Wellbeing community. Amen to that. Thank you, my brother. And so good to see you. Let me swivel around here and see what we have over here, and then we will get to your comments and what else we have. Land of the Fake. $5 bill. He enters the house of Swash. God bless you, champion. If you were in charge, she wouldn't need to be executed, because she, like most women, would just follow the white positive authority. The authorities are anti-white, so she is anti-white. You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. If I and we and white positive men and women, were in charge, she wouldn't be behaving that way. She would 100% be behaving as a good girl and not a traitor. So, you wouldn't have to divorce her if you were married to her. I don't know if she's married or not, but you wouldn't have to divorce her because she wouldn't be behaving like an anti-white traitor. We have Romania must go free. $5. Thank you so much. As he enters the house of Swash, $5. He says, thanks to the Go Free method, I got my dream job despite impossible conditions. What? I know that the power of Western kind runs through me and that we are one people. I salute you, dear Jason, our hero 07. Oh, my Lord. Let's show this man some big love. Got your dream job? And you say it's thanks to Go Free? Oh, my gosh. What an awesome testimonial. What a hero. Big salutes. Romania must go free. Big salutes to you. That is awesome. How exciting. Rock it out, man. Be a total champion. That is such great news. God bless you. And thank you for the testimonial. People need to know. People need to know that if you address your mean pathogenic infection, you begin to access your latent abilities, appreciate, you dive spiritually into the biospirit of our people, that we're one people the world over, that you have all of that inside of you, and you will achieve so much more than you ever thought you could. So big salutes. We also have, what does that say? I think it says Baltic Basher. $5. Thank you so much. Baltic Basher says, I'm an American of Russian Lithuanian descent. I was listening to the Frojax brothers. They're popular white nationalists new to the game. They said Slavs are inferior and lower than all whites. How is that pro-white? It's not. Did they really say that? Can anybody else? Has anybody else heard them say that? That's the kind of despicable fractionalizing. Oh, okay. So let's celebrate. We'll pause that for a second. We got to celebrate the second video that we watched a moment ago was the content creator reading a super chat from the one and only janitor of White Noir. Give it up for the janitor of White Noir. That's what it was. That's what that person was reading. What a great comment by janitor. Well done. And great capture. Thank you, Franklinator. The woman who runs the channel did not use the lexicon out of a vacuum. She was reading the great swashbuckler janitor of White Noir. God bless you, man. Well done. Yeah, we got to make sure we celebrate. Let's get some raucous emojis. Let's get some raucous emojis for this hero. Well done. That was perfect. Yeah, I noticed the content creator, the way she said it was from somewhere, something, someone else. So well done. That's some epic swashing. Okay, so has anybody else heard Frojack saying that white people of Slavic origin are inferior? No, the only inferior, I'll tell you this, Baltic Basher, the only inferior white people are the sub-white goblins who want to be just resenters of everything that's going on. And they want to false flag white nationalism, white power, whatever they want to call it. They want to false flag it because they want to feign that they have some legitimate, noble even cause that they are engaged in, when in reality it's just anti-non-white filth. It's just resentment sphere filth that only harms the white race. So without question, if whether they said that or not, that's not true. And number two, the only whites who are inferior are the sub-white goblins who continue to reject what is working. It's like I said all along that I believed, and this was incorrect, because ultimately the motivations were concealed, the true motivations that we now can see, just the resentment. They just want to resent. They just need a scapegoat because they're insecure. That's why Eric Orwell is obviously super insecure for whatever reasons, to walk around and say that white supremacy will never die when the white race is as lowly a state as it is in. Looks like Baltic says, I can send you the timestamp for the video where they said it. Sure. I think you can drop it there in the live chat on Premium Rumble. That's a shame. If they did say that, that's a shame, and I hope that they will come away from that divisive bullshit. You imagine, as the house burns down, you actually have people out there that are saying, but not these whites and not those whites, and those whites are not quite white, and these other whites. Sure. High Speed Drifter says he watches Frojax and he says they basically are calling for Red Dawn fantasies. Not just naive, but Fed posting. Really? They're Fed posting? They're calling for like some sort of violent upheaval? Because Red Dawn, of course, the movie, I didn't see the modern one, or the more modern. I saw the original, which was a good movie. But the Wolverines, they called themselves a bunch of kids that went out and fought the Cubans and Russians after there was an invasion of the United States, and they were behind enemy lines. So they actually claim that they want this fantasy of a bunch of white people running around and machine gunning law enforcement, and that's what they're saying. That would be a shame as well. For the love of God, are you kidding me? Henry says, if you answered earlier, I missed it, but I wonder what will happen the first time someone publicly addresses the social morality. I don't know how you're envisioning the question. You mean if some, like a Gill, decides to give a conversation about the social morality? Is that what you mean? Or do you mean using the concepts? I mean, we've gotten Donald Trump to already use we've gotten Elon Musk to already use, and anti-whites panic at the use of the lexicon. We've seen that numerous times. So it would be more of that. Scottness says, Jason, they meant the Slavic Bosnian peoples did not participate in the founding of America and our Constitution. Our ancestors that did came from Northern Europe. Well, yes, that's true. Cool Papa J Magic says, I've listened to a decent amount of Frojacks, and I've heard them say things that essentially amount to, quote, one people, many nations, which would be good. That's what we have argued for decades. But have also heard them say Anglo is the best, somewhat tongue-in-cheek. Well, see, that's the taboo grifting. And there's no room. There's no room for that. We can't do that. No room. You want to tell jokes about something else. Tell jokes about something else. You're not going to be able to say, how many times have you heard Jews say, well, this flavor of Jew is better than all the other Jews? They never say that, do they? I mean, are they just smarter? You don't even hear blacks say that about blacks. So, no. All white people have the biospirit of the West, and it's evidenced by our instinctual projection in its aggregate becomes Western culture, Western, and therefore Western civilization. That's identifiable. And we can distinguish it from the other peoples of man. So a Slav and the hue of Western civilization that they create is similar enough to all of the other hues and similar enough to all the other hues of Western civilization and dissimilar enough from all of the other hues of culture and civilization created by the other groups of man to say that this is Western kind. This is a part of Western kind. That's how this is easily determined. One people, many nations, many more ethnicities. I absolutely do not. You'll find, as I have found, you stick around long enough, that there are white people who they're not so certain. They don't feel confident enough in themselves. Maybe it's because they've heard something stupid like this said in the past. But they're not so they feel like they've got some distance from being white. And those are some of the most dedicated activists because they really want to make up what in their heads they see as a gap. So I welcome all white people. You go and you can go and find, I mean, in the circles, in the what I used to call the white sympathetic sphere, there were, which is obviously we know now the white resentment sphere, there were white guys that were fair-skinned, blonde hair, bright blue-eyed, obviously white, and didn't do shit. Then there were white guys who were alloys in the United States of English, of Italian, of German, of French, of whatever, and they were hardcore working at proving their dedication and bona fides. So absolutely no thank you. We are a single people. End of conversation. And there isn't a better or worse. There are different hues, but there isn't a better or worse. What a non-starter conversation. I hope they don't continue that. They've also had a guy from Blood Tribe on their show. Oh, no. Are you serious? It's a shame to humor the LARP like that. Good God. You know, and they have, even before them finding out that I was critical of the taboo grifting behavior that they had engaged in, they made no effort to speak with me. Make plenty of effort to speak with Jared Taylor, to speak to Blood Tribe, to speak with some other disreputable types that I've learned as well. No effort to speak with No White Guilt. So doesn't that tell you something? I mean, you're going to have Blood Tribe on. Those are actual felons that are working for the federal government. Those are people who were told you can go to jail for the next 18 months for attempted rape, or you can work for us and be a member of Blood Tribe and the equivalents that are out there. Who would associate with garbage like that? But they care about white people. I don't care. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Stumbling says you've got more coffees. Yes, sir. I'll check that out. Okay, like if someone on TV says to a large audience, like on Fox News or something, says the social morality of the West is anti-white and caring for white people is considered immoral. Well, it depends on the person and the station of the person that's making the argument, and then therefore how they're treated by the host of whatever the show might be on Fox. So somebody could go on there, like I could go on there and talk about the social morality, and depending upon Fox News and how they thought I could or should be handled, they might try to, because I'm white positive, they might try to ridicule it or mock it or draw it into doubt. But if one of their favorites did it, if a non-white person did it, for example, then since they're cucks, they would fall all over themselves, giving credence to it. The black guy, the former wrestler that we've swashed on him and gotten him to say anti-white, and we might have also gotten him to say anti-whiteism. If he were to say it, then they would absolutely treat it with legitimacy because it's a cuck-servative environment, and they would want to know more. Chadistan's asking, does white deletion or white deleted sound too much like genocide? You could try it out. It does sound a little bit like invoking murder and then therefore genocide, whereas white erasure has always been able to be interpreted as fewer white people by any means and fewer white expressions. So I've always found it even delicate white people to heed the argument when I use white erasure. But you could try it out. We're going to let's take a look over here, and we're going to take a look at, why don't we enjoy a little bit of, yes, why don't we enjoy a little bit of this? Another piece of epic music by Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen. We have over here on Buy Me a Coffee, the great Stumbling. Stumbling, £5. 5 beautiful British pounds he drops on there. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much. The great Stumbling showing up. And we have Men from Mars, $5. So we got £5 and $5 as they enter the house of Swash together. Man from Mars and Stumbling. God bless the both of you. Our thaumatological mailbag is empty this week, my friends. It's empty, but that's okay. I'm sure we will get it back. Some mail in the future. Thank you all so very much. I'm glad that the Buy Me a Coffee is enabling some to make a financial gift. Making sure we're good over here. Yes, yes. All right. And we just had $10 come in from Baltic Basher. Thank you so much, good sir. As a Eastern European, so this is $10 more on top of the other 5. I acknowledge Anglos founded this nation, and at one point, Germanics had a better civilization. But don't forget the Battle of Vienna, when Slavs and Germanics defeated Muslim hordes. Yeah, I wouldn't go through and categorize like which groups had a better this or better that. I mean, it's just not, like, how is that going to benefit us, right? So yeah, obviously it was Anglo-Saxons who founded the United States, and then so much of what an epic piece of music this is. So much of the rest of the West came to the United States, and we became an alloy, a identifiable people of Western kind, and built the greatest civilization, the most powerful, the wealthiest, in every single way that the world has ever known. And that's due to the ingenuity and intelligence of the white race, Western kind. There's no need to break it down and say how much is due to the, I mean, why would we have that conversation? That conversation is a conversation that's born out of ethno-nationalism, which has failed us. I love that piece of music. We have our lesson of the day as we are running out of time here. And remember to tag me as @NoWhiteGill. Frojack said that Northern Europeans can assimilate much easier than Slavic peoples. Assimilate, you mean to the United States? Because they are rougher around the edges and of their Middle Eastern influence. Like, why is that a conversation? I guess looking for content. But that's just as a taboo to poke. I don't see the usefulness of that. Which white people can assimilate better to the white people here? We are being obliterated. We're being just smoked to nothingness. We just had 60,000 bum rush, Ceuta, Spain. We have endless. It was like when I was in the pro-Southern groups. I'm a very proud, super proud Southerner, super proud Virginian, very proud. But there were people in these groups back in the day that wanted to talk about how this wasn't as good in the New England states, or that wasn't as good. And I said, who cares? Like, the Southland doesn't look South anymore. It doesn't look like us anymore. Why the fuck are you talking about how this or that. I think it's just insecurity. But you know, when you're online and you're paying bills, you're bill paying with your content, which is not what I can do, obviously. When you're bill paying with your content, then you've got to always find something to poke. That's why so often taboo grifters, they end up like flip-flopping all over the place. But yeah, it's just another, like, once you say that blacks are bad as a taboo grifter, then you're going to say, well, the Irish aren't really white, or the Slavs can't assimilate. Really? Little Timmy here, they don't know whether Timmy has any Lithuanian or Slavic blood or whatever. They don't know, but they do know he's white, and so they've taught him to hate himself. Like, this is what we need to be. But then, you know, we're an actual movement. We're an actual cause. We're not here to entertain and to outrage and to drive dollars after the outrage and disagreement. So that's really the difference. I just see that's disruptive, sectarianizes, and can't build up the community. There are going to be genius white people from all over who can involve themselves, who can be great warriors, great thinkers, great artists for our defense, if they're incorporated in our defense. This is just asinine. Okay, Scott is saying, yeah, they said the Anglos assimilate the easiest into American society than the whites of the Balkan nations. Henry says there are a lot of synonyms that could be used for white erasure. But at this point, white erasure has so much momentum, we might as well keep pushing it. Well, it's also the thing that just happens to work. I mean, that's for year after year after year, I experimented with different ways of discussing our victims. First of all, logically, it's the one that logically and rationally works. Every other synonym, as you put it, has problems with it. You have to make defenses for it, or it excludes or includes things that you don't want to exclude or include. And having to discuss and having to defend and having to describe something and explain something about the concept that you're trying to wield undermines the power of the concept. So when I talked about white erasure, for example, one of the most flexible elements of white erasure is that you could have a town of, say, 1,000 people, not lose a single white person, not reduce how fecund the white people are one iota, and still have the town totally white erased just by introducing enough non-white people. You can't do that with so many of the other synonyms, especially genocide. Totally useless, absolutely destructive to the cause of arresting our victimization. A great example of the white people that are actually less than the rest of white people, the sub-whites, are the ones who will insist, even after their argument has been defeated, like in the case of white genocide, they insist on still using it. They're demonstrating that they're meth goblins. They're no use to the objective of arresting our victimization. You know what? I sat down. I have these moments in life. I know we've gone over, but I've had these moments in life where it just hits me in waves. Like, I have had a lifetime of entertaining the arguments of children in white adults. So these are neotenous white adults, and I'm tired of it. You know, I've had enough. If people want to say, "Oh, Jason he's impatient," you know, he doesn't want to be respectful. I've been respectful of the arguments of children out of the mouths of adults for decades. I'm done. I'm more and more done by the day. I mean, I was sitting there at my kitchen table and I was like, I have literally entertained the arguments of children out of the mouths of adults and been like, okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. But, and then I would explain, try to hold their hand to the truth, try to walk them rationally and logically, take them all the way through step by step, like the people with white genocide, step by step to, okay, here's why you use white erasure and don't use white genocide. And then they like stomp their foot and they're like, I want to have candy for dinner. And I've been sitting here for all these years and I'm like, but listen, this is why candy is not a good idea. You know how you handle a child like that? You give them the reason and logic once. And then you follow that up with the rod. You're going to obey. Here's why you don't eat candy for dinner. Oh, you still want candy? Here's how you get your ass beat until you say, thank you, sir. I love steak and mashed potatoes. I will eat that for the rest of my life, sir. But I haven't been able to do that with these adult children. Number one, I was too kind to beat the shit out of losers. And there were a couple of them I wanted to smack around a little. Maybe I wouldn't have minded stomping them. But in fact, maybe a couple I did. But you get online and you gotta be like, okay, vegetable. Oh, okay. So what you want, what you think is, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. I'm old. I'm sick and tired of adults coming to me. Shut the fuck up. I don't care what you think. You're a goddamn cauliflower. You cannot think. You cannot. But I think, the Jason guys must be a Jew because he doesn't want to call it genocide. Don't you know genocide is the worst thing on planet Earth? Don't you know? Don't you want to call it the worst thing on planet Earth? My God. What do you do? So in those situations, like you explain it once. And then if they say, no, I still don't get it, you beat the shit out of them until they obey. And so since you can't do that online, I mean, I'll do that in person at this point. I will do that in person. But online, you can't fight them because they're anonymous and they're going to hide. And they're not going to show up. And if they showed up, they'd bring a gang. And they would bring weapons. And they would say that it's going to be barehanded combat or whatever. But they would bring weapons or whatever. So I'm tired of talking. You realize the white race is composed of, and I mean this clinically, retards. Absolutely mean it clinically. This is not the white race of the 1950s. This isn't the white race of 1900. This isn't the white race of 1850s. This is a retarded race with adult children that they think that solipsistically that they've got a handle on everything there is to understand sociopolitically. Everybody's got just as much understanding or insight or intellectual processing ability. And I am tired of it. I am at a minimum a third higher IQ. Do not come to me and tell me that you know how to do X, Y, or Z. Fuck's sake. Dealing with all of these children. All right. Well, maybe we'll save. Now I'm gonna read it. Anti-white precept. This is the lesson of the day. I'll see what you all. We're already over on time. Okay. What's an anti-white precept? The first of the two components of a meme pathogen. Anti-white precept is the first of the two components of an MP. The anti-white precept of an MP is the actual anti-white belief. that is on some level of consciousness accepted as true by the mind. Example, Westmen didn't create Western civilization, they stole it. The second component, so the first component of a meme pathogen is the anti-white precept. That's the idea. Diversity is strength. That's the idea. Accepted on some level as true. So I tried to make this, as simple as possible. So this white race of, all suffering from fetal alcohol syndrome and Tylenol poisoning when they were in utero, they could get it. So you have things called meme pathogens. Jared Taylor, these weird words here. It's called a meme pathogen. I know an anti-white professor didn't articulate this first, but oh well. So you have the idea. Meme pathogen is composed of two parts. The precept, diversity is strength. Then you have the second part of the component of an MP, which is the interpretive mandate. The interpretive, how you interpret, and it's a mandated, how you must interpret it. That dictates the emotional response to the precept. It dictates the emotional response to the precept. This is on page 190, second edition, iteration 2. Okay? Okay. So, where do we get the anti-white precept? And where do we get the interpretive mandate? Primarily through entertainment. So you'll see in entertainment, in countless iteration, the precept, the anti-white precept that diversity is strength. It'll be delivered in various ways. In attendant to the delivery of the precept, the anti-white precept, is the interpretive mandate. How do the actors respond to those who agree and endorse, and to those who oppose, object, demur? I won't go too far because I don't want to mess with the vegetables inside of the heads of so many white people. So you see a character, they're anti-white. They say in so many ways or demonstrate in so many ways that diversity is strength. And by diversity, they mean fewer white people. So that's clearly demonstrated and illustrated in most cases, entertainment, where it's most powerful. And then they show the bright, the beautiful, the guy or gal who gets the date they want, the sex they want, the money they want, the social acclaim that they want, the pats on the head that they want. They endorse and support it. They get all of this. Those who disagree with it, they get the opposite. Does that make it easy? They get the opposite. People reject them. They're ugly. They dress slovenly. Their families leave them. What happens in the real world then when you object to things like diversity is strength, meaning fewer white people, when you have a population of human animals, we're in animal bodies, who have been programmed in this way with anti-white precepts and anti-white interpretive mandates? Well, you get the boy who, from what school was it, Cornell or whatever, where he said he's not going to work for a Jew. The parents had gone through a lifetime of being brainwashed or brain poisoned by anti-whiteism. So the son said something that was immoral within the anti-white narrative. It's not moral to object to non-whites, i.e. Jews in this case. It's moral to object to whites. So, son, if you had said you don't want to work for white people, then we would have been fine with that as your parents. But you said you didn't want to work with non-white people. And I've learned the precepts and the interpretive mandates, and therefore understand and feel a very specific anti-white way. And I know how everyone else is thinking and how they feel about us. So you're thrown out of the house. That's how this. You're welcome, white race. You're welcome. Anybody else have a suggestion for me? Frojax, maybe? You want to have a conversation about how this group of whites is not as good, or that group of whites is not as good, or for this reason, these kind of whites are. You want to have conversations like that? Does it, like, are you deciding policy on who gets to come to the United States? Are you sitting down and making policy? Where do we want them from? Well, you know what? They're a little harder to integrate if they're from Estonia than if they are from Ireland. So we're going to have more from Ireland and fewer from Estonia. Oh, you say they're not in a position to decide? Well, then what the fuck are they talking about this shit for? Bill paying, I'm guessing. I also wanted to mention during the lesson of the day here, this argument that I see so often in the white resentment sphere from these adult children that I'm just sick and tired of dealing with. I am really fed up with. I'm fed up with. And so they make these arguments, and this was actually in a space that it was Robert and Justin's space, I believe, and which, of course, is Monday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You want to make sure you do not miss it. I will be there. And you had a guy that showed up, and he was talking about the need for everybody had to join Group A. Everybody had to join Group A because Group A holds X opinion. And they think that X opinion should be popular. So therefore, you should join Group A, and that's the substance of your advocacy for the white race. That's doing nothing, dum-dum. That's actually doing nothing. So I say here, participating in a group that you think should exist because they hold opinions that you think should be popular is not actually doing anything to combat anti-whiteism. I'm going to read it again. Participating in a group that you think should exist because they hold opinions that you think should be popular is not actually doing anything to combat anti-whiteism. Now, why am I telling you this? Because this is a common argument in the white resentment sphere. Always, every couple of months, there'll be a new group, and the group holds these opinions, and they think those opinions should be popular, even though they are considered by the population immoral and demonized and ostracized, etc. They think they should be popular. So you should involve yourself in an organization, the substance of which, for your advocacy, is the participation with a group that holds X opinion or opinions that are demonized by society. And they demand that if you're not doing that, then you're not doing anything. Just please comprehend how utterly asinine and how far these people have their heads up their asses. How absolutely fucking stupid they are. So make sure you have this for them when they come a knocking, when they come trying to bring you into their idiocy. Participating in a group that you think should exist because they hold opinions that you think should be popular is not actually doing anything to combat anti-whiteism. There is no application of a strategy that has been proven successful in your life or in the world. It's just commiserate with other dumb fucks who hold the same opinion. That's all it is. And let me tell you, a group marching in the streets, whether it's a group marching in the streets, they're a group of dumb fucks. It's a group of getting together and quiet. We didn't even go into, I had two more news stories the neo-Nazi group, I don't know how neo-Nazi they are. They are Nazi worshipers, Nazi LARPers up in New Hampshire. The leader just got fined $10,000 for their anti-white antics, showing up at trans reading hours or something like that, and Heiling Hitler and all this ignorant shit. Does nothing to combat the trans anti-white ideology and etc. Nothing at all. Nothing whatsoever. But it's ruining the lives of the people who participated in a group because it holds opinions that its members think should be more popular. Do not involve yourself in this garb. Do not get involved in any group, in any organization. All of that destroys lives. That's what it does. Let me see what you all say here. The final tag. I just had to share how fed up I am with dealing with adult imbeciles. Created over here says, I don't think anyone who promotes anything that results in anti-white outcomes deserves respect if they won't change after being reproved or rebuked. Oh, yeah. 100%. Yeah. I mean, if you get an opportunity if a person gets an opportunity to learn about Go Free and they see these victories and they say, no, still want to go back to, then they've demonstrated that their objective is not arresting our victimization. It almost certainly in the white resentment sphere is because they are insecure dweebs, and their participation in the resentment sphere is to feel better about themselves. It's to say a bunch of negative things about a bunch of other groups of people. Some of those negative things might be true. Some of those negative things might be false. But either way, you don't improve or better yourself. I mean, God, why do I got to talk like this? If I were talking to a 13-year-old, I would get it. But I got to explain to adults over and over that, listen, dumb fuck, you are not going to get any better if you indulge some insecurity you have by saying other groups are inferior. I mean, what in the fuck is going on? How is this the white race? Why is this the white race that I have to be among? How is this the white race? If you blame everybody else for your shortcomings, you're never going to be able to improve. You really have to tell adults this? Yeah, and they're having this meeting in Washington, D.C. this month. This is an entity that has pushed Richard Spencer into the slimelight and has good people that have been in it, come and go, good people still in it. And they're going to have Eric speak, Eric Orwell. They're going to have others. I'm not at liberty to say everybody, but they're going to have others. And they don't want to hear about Go Free, even though I live just right beside where they're going to hold this event. I'm invited to be a paying customer to hear the great wisdom of these children, these adult retarded children. I'm invited to pay to hear that by these people, but they don't want to hear about an actual application of a strategy that wins. So these people are not in it for the arresting of our victimization. That's what they're demonstrating. They couldn't care less. Balkan says about the Balkans, they were under the Ottoman Empire for 5 to 6 centuries. Southeastern Europeans are some of the most pro-white, anti-Middle Eastern immigration people, more than Western and Northern Europe, says Balkan. Lambda says he got 2 white people to buy your book. That's awesome, man. Thank you so much. Big salutes to Lambda for that. in-person swashing well done. Hank Soul Man says all of Europe and every white country is deliberately being white erased right now. The agenda is to get rid of the white founding stock of all Europe. Even Chris Langan mentioned it. Yeah, that self-promoter. We swashed on him so much he lost his shit. We were like, we got something that works. Several times we tried to bring him over. And we were like, we got something that works. He's like, no, only thing that can work is something he creates. Just typical for these days. He's in it for his own enrichment and aggrandizement, celebration of himself. That's why he's in it. He's proven it now, time and again, unfortunately. First Last is here. Good to see you, brother. What about the expression all hues of white? Yes. All hues of white, all hues of Western civilization. Samuski's here, encouraging all our folk to not just focus on us, but on the discipline that benefits them. I recently started a core strength fitness training class, much needed at my age, and I feel great. That's awesome, Samuski. Big salutes to you, man. Sloth says, No White Guilt is way more patient than me and what I consider reasonable. But unfortunately, we are stuck with mental infants. Boy, that's a great way to put it. We are really stuck with mental infants. No candy for dinner, says First Last. Hell, I'm out of here. Where's Matt Heimbach? Forget you, Jason. Heimbach always gave me M&Ms. I bet he did. That's funny. All right. Well, Nameless One, salutes to you. And there's Hank, White Countries. They traded all the water for Gatorade. Didn't you know? Adults now can't understand why water is better than Gatorade. I know. Franklin said still 110 on YouTube. Those are the loyal. Those are the apostles of Go Free. That is engendering a new people against the will of so many in the white race. Against the will. All right. I think Dude Bro Moment was also in the live chat. I thought I saw him. Big salutes if he is. When did Asian and Latino persuasion come into practice? Sounds like it relates to Opinion Nation. Hank says, do you think the anti-white powers will try to punish Poland? They already are. I mean, anti-whiteism is already creeping its way deep into the Polish psyche, and it'll have the same outcome for our people there as everywhere else. If they are recalcitrant, then yes, other Western countries will punish Poland for not being anti-white enough. And of course, they'll call it all of the terms that anti-whites use, won't they? Not loving the cherubs enough. Not loving cherubs, baby cherubs who just want to have a better life away from all the crime and deceit and defecating in the streets and throwing trash in the rivers that they have in their countries. So how could you deny them? So because of that, there's going to be embargo. Because of that, there is going to be economic restrictions on Poland, because all of that's possible. And Poland couldn't survive that. That's why you need the cure to spread across the West as we are pushing it. The few, the proud, the Marines know. Team White Wellbeing, says Cool Papa. Yes, exactly. Juliet says, your frustration and anger at times is understandable and justified. I and others share it. Quality versus quantity here. We are just as water finds its own level, so does the scum. Very well said. Exactly. It's like I was saying earlier. Jesus came to give people salvation, and how many people listened? So many who just were not ready. We've come to give redemption to the white race, and so many in the white race are just not ready. Some of them will eventually be ready enough that it will matter to recapture our destiny. But we got to fight through. We got to fight through the garbage and their reluctance. I'm tired. I'm not giving them any respect anymore. This is the end of respect for them and their childish, ignorant opinions and views. If you're not producing benefits for white people, you are a fuck off, and I want nothing to do with you. If you're going to come to me and say it needs to be done like this or needs to be done like that, if you don't have the success of it working, if you don't have reason and logic, you can't even make an appeal to evidence. So if you don't even come to me with reason and logic, that'll be the end of the conversation. If you come to me with something that's at least reasonable, then you're going to have to provide the big evidence for the big claims. We can provide the big evidence. No one else can provide evidence of success. They can provide a lot of evidence of failure, no evidence of success. I mean, look at Robbie Starbuck and all of his boastful claims about victories. And he had zero. He had zero victories. They changed, unless he wants to define a victory as getting anti-whites to change the names of their anti-white programs. I doubt he would say that that's the definition of a victory or a success. But unless he wants to do that, he had zero because they all just changed the names. So, and these people get so popular, it's like I'm in a classroom with fifth graders or fourth graders, and I can't beat them. Which I would, trust me, I would happily at this point. I can't beat them. And they support each other. Like some drooling fourth grader makes a claim, an insipid, idiotic claim, and then a bunch of the others rush around and they're like, yeah. And he's like, yes, and you can't speak reason or logic to them because they're in fourth or fifth grade and they've been eating lead paint. Their mothers were alcoholics and taking whole bottles of Tylenol while they were in utero. So what are you going to do with that? What are you going to do? We just have to find the worthy. And then when they buck up against us as we come to greater levels of power, we'll handle them with the violence that their stupidity warrants. I wouldn't try to be polite with anti-non-whites. They would get one opportunity to be told that we're focusing on ourselves from now on. And if they persisted, $10,000 fine like this guy with no chin, the leader of the neo-Nazi group, has a sloping forehead and no chin. I mean, it literally goes like this and like that. That's the neo-Nazi Aryan leader. $10,000 fine. I would execute him after a trial. This is harmful to the white race. Playing the villain in another group's story is harmful to our people. So execution. That's stupidity requires violence. Tree Godfather said Jesus had 12 or so. Exactly. Oh, where did it go? The screen just jumped. There was a question about the Ricky subsets of anti-whiteism. Easy. Everything that's detrimental to the white race, Western civilization, anything that produces white erasure, ill-being for our people, anything that breaks up the family, anything that causes the violence between the sexes instead of union and family and love and family creation, all of those isms, all of that other, this is how communism, socialism are subsets of anti-whiteism. How has our well-being intersected with communism or socialism? In negative ways, to our harm. And so they're classified as subsets of anti-whiteism. When whites start behaving as a people again, how will a lot of non-white anti-whites react? I know they'll have some absolutely be some temper tantrums, but it'll be a self-selecting scenario for a lot of them. Will they want to stay in a country where they can't get hired on the basis of their race, or sex, where they can't get food and clothing and money for recreation and on, free phone, free housing, free everything, because they're non-white? Will they want to stay in that environment? Probably not. So a lot of them will leave. A lot of them will up and leave. They'll go someplace else. I mean, really think about it. Some might say, well, it reminds me of the Eddie Murphy joke. And it's so true. It's so true. I know there are a lot of white people who might be, well, not a lot, the sub-white goblins and out there, which some of them will be meeting in DC this month. That would say, no, they would just start committing. They would say, no, mother effer, I ain't going to put up with this. Well, the Eddie Murphy joke went like this. He said that a bunch of the blacks that he knew came up to him and said, mother effer, I wouldn't pick no damn cotton. There's no way. There's nothing they could do. And Eddie Murphy said, he said to them, I'm sure the first one did. You might be too dumb to get it. But I'm sure there would be a first one here or there. And then the others would say, you know what, I kind of like this America, or I kind of like this UK. I'm going to go ahead and abide by their rules, customs, and norms. And I'm gonna fight to get the job that I deserve for my talents, my abilities, my intrinsic abilities, my education. I'm going to fight to get that kind of a job, and I'm going to get it, and I'm going to hold on to it. I'm going to be a law-abiding, tax-paying citizen so I can be here and enjoy the civility and the freedoms of the West and the cleanliness of the West. And then there are going to be others that are going to say, you know what, I can't get a job here on the basis of my race. I can't get free handouts. Can't live on their welfare, so I'm going to leave. And they'll leave. Then there'll be others who will say, well, I can't get the free, so I'm just going to rob the shit out of them. And there'll be one that'll do that. Metaphorically. There won't be many. They'll learn how to be polite real fast. They'll learn how to obey the law real fast. But you know what? Folks can go listen in DC to the speeches coming up this month. And they can learn some really scintillating things like white supremacy will never die. And if you just buy a European country or take over a white country, why? Then the world is your oyster. The rest of the world will stay static and look on, and no one will try to intervene or play or prevent or whatever. This is the kind of conversation that passes as adult conversation in the West. We definitely need, if there's any justice, and I have no doubt that the spirit of the West, the creator, is having this play out the way it should. But I would love to see and feel that it would be great and deep justice if we became really quite a force to reckon with, and then be able to crush those who got in our way, to crush those who went out of their way to ignore, diminish, slander, etc., calumniate, because that's how I would handle them. There'd be no forgiveness. There'll be no forgiveness for those who have slighted, undermined, besmirched, etc., what works for white people, what works for white children, what works for white mothers, what works for white fathers. We got this guy over here saying, got the job of my life because of Go Free. You don't hear that in the anti-Jew circles. You don't hear that in the say enter circles. And you already, maybe you all have seen that Shiloh has already inspired another white female. And I don't know, is she going to become the next Shiloh? Is she going to become the next millionaire? She's out on the street with a bunch of black guys yelling enter at them. And then the police show up and arrest her. So I guarantee you she was inspired. I don't have any outrage for her. Any outrage for how she's treated. It's all predictable. You saw that coming. If I tell you there are alligators in that pond and you go and swim in that pond, you think I'm going to save you? You think I'm going to shed a tear for you? You think I'm going to divest myself of anything for you? I told you what would happen. No, you get what you deserve. You're a lesson to healthier white people. So this pig, and that's what she is, a pig. If she gets vaulted and vaunted and celebrated by the say enter crowd, then I'll be happy to call her out for what she is. She's no innocent flower that just found herself screaming enter in the middle of the street with a bunch of black males. Give me a fucking break. Do you want America to be a majority white country? Do you think it needs to be super majority white? All Western countries need to be super majority white. And there won't have to be, like, we really need to be cognizant of when we are advancing white well-being. This kind of conversation is, especially with an anti-white or a vague who's trying to wheedle out of you something that they can then claim as something else, is the kind of thing we don't need to bother to address with them. We're not in a position to articulate that the country will be this percent white or it must be this percent white or not. Everything will play out to our well-being as we change the social morality because of the antecedent. The antecedent thoughts determine where we end up. So if we are white positive and serving white well-being at different times, at different places, in different parts of our different countries, white well-being will be served, and it will look a little bit like one way here and a little bit like one way there. And as each year marches by, it will change a little bit. And the outcomes will always be directionally white positive, white well-being. So initially, it's going to, in maybe your town, look one way, and in somebody else's another way, but in the subsequent year, it'll look a little different. And we don't even know what that will be like. We don't have to know what that will be like. We don't have to articulate. In fact, it's a great fallacy, a great failing of the white race in our resistance to anti-whiteism, to attempt to articulate an end to history. And that's what people are doing. When they say, well, we need a teleos, and the picture has to look like this, what they're saying is, at some point, there'll be an end to history. It will look like this, and then everybody will just, time will freeze, and nothing will move again. That doesn't happen. I know that midwits, in the world, that's all they can, that's what their machinery of their brains can do. So we don't have to engage, but in that kind of a conversation. But obviously, Western countries should be supermajority Western, white, because we create Western civilization. And those kind of environments will be effectuated by the social morality on both ends of that spectrum. Non-white, anti-whites who won't want to participate. Imagine we could think in so many ways. If Spain were white positive and anti-white non-whites attempted to invade, they would be killed. So that would dissuade them from coming in, right? And think if you had anti-white non-whites in your country and they said, I'm just going to live off and produce more kids, like we see going all the way back to Reagan's dog whistle of welfare queens, when it's a dog whistle, all right, but it doesn't work the way that Democrats tell you it works. The whistle is to undermine the white voter base. They think that the Republican politician is going to carry out some sort of outcome that's good for us, when really the whistle is just a lie. So there definitely is a dog whistle, but it's just a lie. You think we hear something, but Reagan talked about the welfare queens. Well, what will happen to these welfare queens, these anti-white, and we know a lot of them, at least the ones Reagan was talking about, were the black females who had concluded that I'll just produce children and get paid for the children by the white taxpayer. What kind of decisions will they make when we decide those programs are no more? You won't fleece the white race anymore. And when they are aware that you're going to go to the grocery store and you're going to just decide to rob food because we're not going to give you food, well, then we've got draconian penalties for that. What do you think they will do? Might some of them leave? Sure. Might some of them decide, I'm better than this. I'm going to work my ass off and be a good citizen and etc. I want to remain here. I don't want to go live in one of these other non-white countries around the world. Probably there'll be some that will do that. So all white positive antecedents result in white well-being outcomes. Always, every time. Don't need to name other groups of non-whites. You don't need to discuss their histories. You don't need to peruse and pore over their religious books and what their wise men or deceitful men are saying. All of that's a waste of time. You don't need to talk about which groups of whites are better than other groups of whites. Destructive wastes of time. Xylem says the thing he doesn't like about Jared Taylor is that he refers to him as an East Asian supremacist. Well, of course, he was born in Japan. And he learned the language as a young man. And I could tell you some things, I won't, about his family. But yes, he does absolutely admire the higher average IQ and etc. about Asian culture, mostly just on the paper, looking at the test scores, academic scores, and criminality scores, which I think is a total waste of time. I know is a total waste of time. Janitor says, you see the poll about white Republicans wanting white majority country compared to Democrats at 0% and independents at 23%. What did the Republicans, what percentage was the Republicans? Tag me. I did not see it. But this is something I've argued forever. And then we had, oh geez, what's her name now? It's skipping me. Ashley Gardina, who did the research and found 40+% or so of the white population, if the interpretation of identifying as white is positive, then they say absolutely they want to identify as that. But the moment you include any negativity for other groups as part of the white identity, they disavow that. So I could imagine that a significant chunk of the actual Republican electorate would want a white majority country, even if they would only say that majority of them, of those that would say it in private, it would still be what they want. So what does that tell you? That tells you that there's an opportunity that with the right tools, these people will go from private to public with their pronouncements, which emboldens others. The demand for a metric is the same as judging morality by outcomes. Some percent of demographics being white, what percent need to be white? Ask them why they aren't against anti-white outcomes, says Sloss. Absolutely. All right. Japanese still don't produce Western civilization. Precisely. Yeah, and they're, well, yes. I mean, you could say it from that angle. Westernized version. They produce a Westernized. They produce, if we disappeared, it would just be Japanese. Everything they're producing, though, is influenced by us. And so as a result, it is a Westernized version, correct? Franklin's like 5 hours straight. Woo! Yeah, you get an extra bang for your buck here today because of me sharing my frustration with all of these children. Wait a minute. Time doesn't freeze? Afraid so, brother. Does not freeze. Karina, I consider myself a semi-villain. She says, I don't usually go too far. How can I stop? Well, I mean, it's like anything with a bad habit. There are various approaches that people use for addressing a bad habit. You might want to try something like rubber bands on your wrist. And then when you catch yourself playing the villain, you go ahead and snap yourself several times to remind yourself that you don't want to play a villain in their story. If you're a villain in their story, I think for me too, I never wanted to be anybody's bitch. That would be the most degrading thing to me. So maybe the same will hold for you, that if you reflect upon the fact that if you play a villain in their story, that you're being chumped by anti-whites. You're being bitched by them. I can't imagine that healthy white people would be okay with that. That excites something like almost primitively aggressive in me. I am not going to be tricked by anti-whites into playing their villain, which benefits them. I am not going to be tricked by that. So for me, that's really when I really came to the conclusion that this is part of their narrative. This is exactly what they want you to do, how they want you to behave. Remind yourself that you have all of these financiers that are anti-white, that Jason's been telling you about forever. And then you get the SPLC gets caught doing it. and indicted for it, financing it. So you could say to yourself, geez, I'm playing the villain and I didn't even get a check from the SPLC. I'm doing it for free. How much sense does that make? All right, I don't think I missed anybody's comment. We had a great space, a great gathering, rather. And you got to have a great space tomorrow at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Robert and Justin. Amazing individuals. You're not going to want to miss that. We just had a magnificent space, a marvelous space, really. The Gum Tree with Lucky, Lunder, Thunder Down Under, and Baron White. Marvelous how these guys have imbibed Go Free, the practice, and apply it perfectly in every subject that they've talked about so far. Now that's 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Saturday night, and 1:30, I believe, East Coast Australia time on Sunday, if you want to catch that. But tomorrow, do not miss, because the fun continues. And let me make sure I didn't miss anybody over here. Oh, Land of the Fake has gifted $5 more. Thank you, my brother. People who demonize non-white groups are like children trying to steer a car that's not even turned on. It's almost like we have to put them in their child seat before we can even turn the car on. Yeah, put them in the child. They got to be put in their child seat. Let's strap them down. Actually, let's strap them to the bumper. And then we'll have minor fender benders everywhere we go until they've learned their lesson. No comments on Odyssey. But Sloth says, loving white people is the most suffering and heroic thing, without question. Yes, sir. Yeah, we'll just strap these little complaining morons to the bumper, and then we'll brake test a couple times with people behind us, and then we'll accidentally bump people in front of us a few times until the losers have learned their lessons. I'll be back, obviously Monday as well, but on Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, for our midweek gathering, Church of the West, where we continue to gin up the energy for the promulgation of the lexical and dialectical power of Go Free that is changing the world. I mean, even these morons are finding themselves use the lexicon, just like we said would happen, and transform the way our victimization is discussed on planet Earth. That's everything. It's not something. It's not a little bit. It's not another route. It's everything. It's the only thing. And it's been demonstrated to work. Nothing more needs to be said. So when they come around and they make their arguments, just remember that they're mildly retarded. And say, have a nice day. Pat on the head. Give them a marshmallow to eat. And we'll continue looking for brothers and sisters that we can call and bring into this great work of redemption in service to white well-being. A big Promethean salutes to every single one of you. I love you. Let's go free.